Here in my garage, just playing this guitar here. Hokey with 129-month resub. Why are you live? Go spend time with your family. EJ is on the big screen now. All right. We love you, Internet. Good night. Crank it to it's got to go to 11, mate. Happy Christmas Eve, everybody. Now shaking at the knees. Can I come again, please? Yeah, the ladies want to come. You've been thunderstruck. Thunderstruck! Hold on. That singing is terrible. Bro. That's something that I've been working on in the background, being able to sing and play at the same time. As you can see, still a work in progress, but you know. Oh, don't step on the cord. Singing and playing at the same time is an acquired skill that I have not acquired. But how's everybody doing? Guys, I had content planned today. Like, I was going to work on the car and, you know, but I think let's just hang out. Let's just hang out and chit-chat. Chit-chat about whatever. You know, I don't think I need to say.
This is space. I'm in space.
Oh my goodness. Jeez. See? No, I think I don't. I was saying, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I was saying I understand what it's like to have a terrible Christmas.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah. I think yes. Have a absolutely awful holidays. It's needless to say, mine haven't been that great, but you know what? It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. Merry Chrysler. I have a Chrysler in the garage. We should go work on that. Hey, Word Toss. Doing good. Do anything you want. I like hanging out. Yep. So I figure I'd do this stream so we can hang out, man. We can hang out. I know what it's like to have a sucky Christmas, you know? And I don't want to have a sucky Christmas no more, okay? I want it to be better, so it's going to be better. Only Jew on Christmas checking in. And Manna, you can halfway celebrate Christmas. Only half, though. Only half. You get 4 candles, not 8, okay? On Christmas. Just because we're bros. You can have extra candles as a treat. And also, happy Chinese Food Day. Or Chinese Food Day Eve. There you go. Gaslight yourself with holiday cheer. Yeah! What are we doing in today's stream? Ken's, I was just going to hang out with you guys, dude. And stream takes us where it takes us. I was going to do work on the car, but... You know, the next thing that really needs to be done is cut up the other quarter panel on the driver's side of the vehicle. You know what? You know what? That's 2026 EJ's problem. You know? Play Adam Sandler's Hanukkah song. I don't know the chords for that. I'm sure we can figure it out. What would be your highlight spaceflight moment from this year? Flight 7. It was 12 months ago, Vargon, but it's right at the beginning of the year. Seeing the Super Heavy booster land is, yeah, that's my highlight of the year. It doesn't even come close. Anything powertrain related to Tweak? No? Sungnor, what's going on, man? The catch was amazing, dude. This just... Bro, seeing Super Heavy come back down, and the conditions were perfect that day for Flight 7. The conditions were perfect. That is one of the few times I was ever able... Like, there was not a cloud in the sky that day. I've watched Falcon 9 launches. Daytime, nighttime. I saw the first RTLS landing 10 years ago. Dude. That was the first time I tracked a first stage all the way up and all the way down with no optics. I watched it. I watched that thing go up. I saw it turn around and come back down and get caught. I saw it. I saw the whole thing. Seeing that thing come back down and fly through its own plume, and then the vapor cone that was the Flight 7 footage is just, the conditions were perfect. There was this awesome vapor cone. Dude, it looked like something out of sci-fi. Like, what pops into my mind immediately is like ODST drop pods. Like that, if you're a Halo fan, it looked like that. It was awesome, dude. That was just, that picture of 7 coming down with the cone, the gigantic vapor cone, like the half-mile long vapor cone coming off the side is like etched into my head. I'll never forget that. It was... Yeah, Hokey was, yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. Can you say you were forever changed? I hate admitting this, dudes, because I try to be impartial with you guys, but those trips down to Starbase made me a gigantic SpaceX fanboy, like more than I already was. It's not good. I try to be impartial as much as I possibly can, but when you're standing, like... Dude, I probably came within arm's reach of Booster 15. Or, yeah, 15. It was 15, right? Yeah, Flight 7. I saw it roll back. I was with Jack out there for the booster rollback. And I could have reached out and touched the thing. Being that close, you're just like... I'm sorry. Yeah. I was blinded by its majesty. Odd, dumbstruck. You know, it was... Yeah, crazy. Sorry, you passed 3 out of 4 of your orals and practices yesterday. Sucks I failed one, but I'll go back and do better. Appreciate all the support this year. I got you, man. You can be partially impartial. I love SpaceX, man. They make me so damn happy. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to dump on Blue or anything. It's Christmas. I'm not doing that. I have a ton of friends that actually work at Blue. A ton of like older viewers that don't have time to watch the stream. I really figured out just how many of you guys actually work over there, like there's a significant portion of you guys. I'm not trying to dump on your work, dude. Especially not on Christmas. That new Glen Landing was ace, dude. It was ace. The it corrected call that I did was I think that was one of my best commentaries, dude. Merry Christmas Eve. Hey, Nacho Hawks, Merry Christmas Eve. Have a Merry Christmas and a good New Year if I don't see you till then. All right, Sawyer. Thank you. You staring up at the booster. Dude, somewhere out there, Das and Erebors Shaw have pictures of me looking like... So one time we were out there, we got stuck at NSF River because they were rolling a booster or a ship to Massey's, and I think it was ship 28 or something. We got stuck and we said, all right, might as well just chill here at River and watch the thing roll by. And I saw, dude, once again, arm's reach. I could have touched the damn thing. I'm not going to. You don't want to do that because FOD and stuff, right? But I could have reached out and touched the damn thing. And somewhere out there, Das and Erebors have pictures of me making that, like, dude, the Willem Dafoe meme, like, It looks like that. I'm just like that. Dude, the only thing that popped into my head, like my brain was not working. I went full tilt. I'm just like, that's pretty neat. That's kind of cool. The only thing that popped in my head was just, damn, that's big. That thing goes into space. Holy crap. That thing is huge. Like, dude, yeah, no, it doesn't do it justice at all. Now, a lot of you guys, are newer viewers, and this, I actually, that reminds me, I wanted to show you guys this. I posted about the 10-year anniversary of the Falcon 9 landing. I posted about that, on the 21st. I didn't have some time, but I didn't have a lot of time, but to come on here and stream at the time because there was so much crap going on. But look, 10 years ago today was the first Falcon 9 landing. What an awesome day that was. Das and I got to meet Booster 1019 sometime later. And this picture always puts it into perspective every time I show people this. That's just Falcon 9, okay? That's just Falcon 9. If this was super heavy, the outsides of super heavy, if you look at the rungs on the landing legs, the outsides of super heavy would be here and here. Super heavy would be taking up a vast majority of the picture. Hokey, thank you for the 50 subs, man. I appreciate you. Gouchy, what's going on? Das needs a sandwich. Dude, Das, he does a lot of cardio. That's he doesn't tell people that, but yeah, he stays skinny, man. That's just how that dude rolls. That's just the downcomer for super heavy. Exactly, Dinglebird. The downcomer is as big as a Falcon 9. How's that for a picture, dude? Now keep in mind, this picture was probably 2017. This was like 8 years ago. But yeah, that puts it into perspective, dude. That's even a Falcon 9. When the Falcon 9 lands, dude, I'm almost 2 meters tall. I can walk underneath it. I can walk underneath that bad boy. You should do the same in the Rocket Garden. We can't get near the Rocket Garden anymore in Remedios, drummer. SpaceX bought the road. Nice down tuber. Yeah, dude, even Falcon 9s. Falcon 9s are as tall, when they're on their landing legs, dudes, they're as tall as a 15-story building. That's how big Starship is. Starship is as big as a Falcon 9 first stage, just tall as a Falcon 9 first stage. It is, dude, these things are mind-bogglingly huge. Your brain does not, pictures never do it justice, man. Your brain doesn't understand what that is until you see it. Absolutely, dude. Been absent for a little bit, so figured why not, especially with the 35% off thing they're doing. Hey, all good, man. Everybody got a little busy during these holidays, dude, so. Oh, so yeah, I mean, dude, these things are massive, man. It's just the scale of rockets is unbelievable. New Glenn is just as tall as that thing too. The New Glenn first stage actually probably a little bit taller than Falcon 9 first stage. The scale is just unheard of. You won't know it until you see it, and then you're just like, huh. Even if you're in the States, go, or if you live here, go to one of the shuttle museums. Even if it's Intrepid with Enterprise, excuse me. Intrepid with Enterprise on it, that's a real shuttle. That's the same size. Even when I see shuttles to this day, like, I understand how most of the systems on that stupid thing work. Could I fly one? Probably not. But, like, I understand what it's doing. I know where it goes. I understand how the thermal protection systems work. I get it. Like, at least the general concept of it. And I still look at it and go, how the hell did that fly into space? How did that thing go 17,500 miles an hour? How is that possible? It's still mind-boggling. Like, I know what it does, and I'm still like, huh? What? Are you sure? You sure about that? It's just, the physics involved here are pretty crazy. I think I'll buy myself a new guitar for Christmas. Question is tube amp or modeling? The modeling stuff is tempting. I would say tubes, but it depends on what you're doing, Bob, I guess. If you just want to play guitar, dude, just buy the cheapest thing, right? But if you're a sound snob, and guys, I'm really not. Like, I understand being a sound snob, like, and that's, I get it. I can definitely see the, audiotism. That's definitely a thing. And it's got to be right. Like, and I can hear the difference and stuff, but if you're a sound snob, get the tube amp. That's what I'm trying to say. Have you seen the Thunderstruck Holden ads from 20 years ago? No, but that's Don's. I do appreciate that. That sounds good. I would go tube. Yeah, tubes. You just vacuum tubes, man. You know what, dudes? That actually reminds me. I know the answer's probably going to be yes, but, we're doing a car restoration on stream, right? Obviously, we're doing a car restoration out there. I saw an Instagram reel the other day of a dude that restored a 1940s, 1950s television and played Fallout on it. And it looks like the TVs in Fallout, which is super cool. I don't know. I was thinking like maybe equipment restoration could be kind of cool too to do on stream. Would that be something you guys are interested in, like if we got an old like GE refrigerator and put like a modern compressor in it or something. All right, cool. Like just restoring old equipment. Like, don't get me wrong, it won't be on the scale that we do the car, right? The car is like a full-on resto at this point, but how's that tweet reaction doing? Oh, I don't know. Let me check. Build furniture out of old car parts. I mean, like I said, we got a welder, and we should probably send it, that thing wasn't cheap. Should probably put that thing to work. Let me see. The Tori Bruno Santa tweet has 253 likes. That's pretty good for me. And Jack replied to it too, so that gave it some pretty good traction. There are some people that don't understand it's Christmas. SpaceX Santa anyway. Dinkelberg is being a dinkle. I doubt it. Santa's sleigh is reusable. It's like, okay. I would like one of those from Santa. Santa decides, did you hire him? Yep. North Pole operations did confirm a high-level position was filled this week. Actually, that tweet did pretty good. Only a couple of lukewarm stuff. No hater comments, though. No hater comments. I mean, if you want to count those, no, Santa's sleigh's not reusable. Okay.
Discovery.
Why would it be reusable? Why would Santa's sleigh be reusable, dudes? Think about it. Why would it be reusable? Hey, Matt, it's 25 minutes till Christmas Eve over here. Merry Christmas, y'all. Merry Christmas, man. Alexis 86 month resub. Merry Christmas. I just hit it with the good old retweet. Thanks, Nibbles. Yeah. Yeah. As it was fire. Tori Bruno liked it, guys. He saw it. He saw it and he liked it. I got no reply, though, but he did like it. You know. Reusable Santa sleigh. I don't think Santa's sleigh is reusable. Infrequency of flight makes it really a one-time use job. Think about it. You're only flying once a year. Why would it be reusable? That makes no sense. Like, I'm just saying, dudes, that doesn't make any sense. I used to be a sound snob. Now I'm deaf. Push a button, sound like any amp. Very tempting. That's what I have, Bob. I have a Vox 8015 VT. You can make it sound like whatever. And that with the Squier Stratocaster with the Seymour Duncan pickup, I can make this sound like a Gibson. We can make it sound like a Fender. I can make it sound like whatever. It's pretty cool. I mean, it's not the real deal, but... It's plenty of sense. No, you should post it. How do you know he's not going on fun rides? I mean, maybe a couple of static fires of the sleigh a couple of times, maybe. But guys, infrequency of flight makes it really not worth it. Like, dude, even Elon will tell you that. Elon would say that. He would say, like, look, if you're flying once a year, that's not enough to sustain human civilization on Mars. So expendability makes sense. Even he would say that, like the guy that's been the biggest advocate of reusable spacecraft for a long time. What, you don't have a Fender jerk-off caster from 1881 that's worth $50,000 dues? No, I don't. I have this is an Indonesian Squier Stratocaster. Really kind of garden variety stuff. This is what makes it cool, though. I understand the joke, Chrome. Dude, people like that. Although, have I ever told you guys the story of when I worked at Best Buy and somebody was trying to throw away a Gibson GAR VT amp? It's a tube amp from the 50s. It's a tube amplifier, and somebody was trying to recycle it. And thank God, before they got it in the door, I saw it because I was helping somebody load up a TV at Best Buy because I worked in the warehouse. I saw it, and I'm like, what is that? Hey, what is that? And they're like, well, you know, it's an old amplifier. We don't even know if it works. And I was like, I'll give you $20 for it right now. And they were like, we're going to recycle it. Just take it. Right? So I had possession of it, and I took it inside, right? I took it into Best Buy as a personal possession, and I went right to the GM. Let's just say, for argument's sake, his name was Joe, right? That's not his name, but whatever. I went right to the general manager of the store, and I said, look, you can look at the security cameras. Somebody was trying to recycle this amplifier. I took possession of it before I brought it in the store with no intent to recycle. Now, what I should do is throw it in the trash. And he goes, wait, an amplifier? What do you mean? And I'm like, it's a guitar amplifier. It's an old guitar amplifier. And he goes, all right, let me see it. So one of my coworkers that worked there had his guitar, right? And we went back into the warehouse at the Best Buy, and he's like, does it work? And I was like, I don't know, let's hook it up. And my buddy's like, I have a guitar. We could make sure that it works, right? And we hooked everything up, and I actually have the video. We hooked everything up, and we played it just to see if it would work. And I still have the video from that. Let me see if I can find it. I have a lot of pictures of cars and rockets on here. Jeepers creepers. There's pictures of launch pads, pictures of rockets, more pictures of rockets. Let's see. It would have been way back here. There's ISSRDC with Sawyer from like 2015. I should have probably teed this video up while I was telling the story, but here's a Formula One race. There's more truck pictures. There's pictures of when I bought the Coronet. Okay. That was a long time ago. That was not recent. There's pictures of me and Shu, another Twitch streamer from a long time ago. All right, here we go. I got it. Hold on. Let's see if we can play it.
If it gets to it. If there's one finger.
Ready? How's that? So it worked. And then I took it home. I gave it to my dad. We still have it. That was not me playing. That was my buddy's guitar. I can play it. Here, hold on. I forget how to play the rest of Eruption, but whatever. My guy, put these pics vids somewhere. It's all on the cloud, Hellfish. Don't worry about that. So yeah, I have a, we're talking about tube amps. I have a tube amp from 1957. I gave it to my dad for Christmas that year. And he's like, where the hell did you find this? I'm like, the trash. In vintage audio forums, anytime a new radio amp is bought up, they say to run it through some tests and recap it right away. I think my dad did that, dude. I don't know. Maybe. That backup's only good if you keep paying for it. Nice. Appreciate that. Appreciate that comment, drummer. On Christmas Eve? Nice. Thanks, man. Real tube amps from back then are like gold bars. Don't forget gold dust. Dang bars, yeah, right? What amp was it? It's a GA19 RVT, a Gibson. It's a Gibson amplifier. I can show you a picture. Dude, it is loud. It has and that one has the pedal. It has the pedals on it, dude. It is a GA19 RVT. That's it right there. That's the amplifier. Dude, it works. It still works to this day. I mean, dude, that thing is not going to break. It was in pretty good condition. It still is. Like, made in Kalamazoo. Yeah, baby. A Gibson Falcon. That's what it is. Yep, it's a Falcon, man. And dude, the sound that this thing makes, oh my goodness. Like, dude, this sound from the guitar, real good. Real good. It's not like that, dude. That thing makes a sound I've never heard from a newer amplifier. Out of tune? It's probably my crappy guitar playing, ARJ. I haven't really played too much in the last couple of months, dude. The guitar is collecting dust and I don't like that, so. Oh yeah. Yeah, she is. Hold on, let's tune it up. Yep. I'm still not cool enough to be able to hear the tune on the guitar. But I can play the frick out of drums, dude. I'll tell you that. There we go. Good old guitar tuna. That's right. That's right, man. But you can tune a drum. I know how to tune percussion and resonance heads, dude, but yeah, the guitar is another thing. The only thing you need to take care of are the valves themselves. My dad is a big music guy, Tessa, so I'm sure he fixed it. Dude, we played the amplifier a little while ago. It sounded amazing. They're made in Kalamazoo, too. That's awesome, Bob. Hell yeah. They should still make them there. Wish we could jam virtually. I got my rig right here. Yeah, damn latency, right? Sounds good now. A, it's B. So it's A, B to A, so B. Still out of tune. I mean, dude, I hadn't tuned it in a little while. The strings probably got to stretch a little bit. Hold on. Yep. Strings are stretching, ARJ. That's why. At least I think. That's what's going on, right? I mean, you tell me. You're the one that can hear it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that... No, Nick, I took enough days off. Guys, I figure I just want to sit here and chill. Let's just chill. Strings may need to be replaced. These strings are pretty new, dude, which kind of sucks, but they may have gotten a little rusty out here in the garage. You know? When's the last time we replaced them? Probably last year. Oh, that's G. You're good now. Nah, ARJ, I hadn't tuned this thing in a long time. Thank you very much for the gifts. Oh yeah, Hokey came in with 50 freaking subs. Are those notification blips on the guitar tuning? Yeah. So figure since you don't really play it too much. Yeah. Do noise pollution? I don't know how to play that song. Here, let's just run through. So this is, let's play E. This is an E chord. G. D. Now we're cooking with propane. Merry Christmas, George. A. B. Let's try. Ooh, hear that? Very nice. Are you the real Santa? No, I'm just a helper. Yeah, it sounds way better now, dude. Thank you, fellas. Yeah, I'm just... Did you see the Cleater Christmas gift to staff vid? No. Tessa, I watched the last Cleater vid that I watched was the Biff vid, and god damn did that pull on my heartstrings, man. It was bad. It was, yeah, not great. Send a Discord DM of your setup when you were in a band. Oh, hell yeah. Let me see it, Scott. Let's see it, dudes. Accept the direct message. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, dude. That a 5-string bass I see? Very nice. That hard key freaking stack behind you, though. Freaking shred, dude. That's awesome. I don't know if you want your picture up on stream, dude, so I won't put it up there. But dude, yeah, no, that's awesome, man. I miss playing with people. I really do. Up to you. Nah, I wouldn't do that to you. I wasn't even that much of a NASCAR fan. It tugged on the old heartstrings. Yeah, dude, yeah. It is what it is, man. It's a Spectre Euro 5 LX. Nice, dude. Spectre's good, man. They're real good. F chord? Oh, how do you play F? I forgot. Don't forget to leave shoes, smokes, and a gun in the duck work for John McClane tonight. Geek reminded me to do that yesterday. Ewok. Well, you have a dang garage. Just call your buddies and jam. I mean, the problem is that, you know, and this is the duality of streaming. When you stream, you put yourself out there and you make friends with people that have similar interests, right? You make a ton of good friends. Problem is they're all like 300 miles away, 400 miles away, 500 miles away. They're all not where I am. Oops. So what have I missed in the world of spaceflight in the last week or two? Jared Isaacman got confirmed as NASA administrator. Tory Bruno left ULA. He left ULA for other opportunities, which is interesting. Nice amp. Yeah, thanks, Can't See Me. You didn't say to the YouTube people in the Indian government this stream is for educational purposes only. It's not, though, Outdoorsman. That's a lie. I stream for money. If we're going to reduce it to its base element, I stream for cash. Like, this is a for-profit endeavor. I just don't believe in squeezing every single nickel and dime out of you guys. Because that's a dick thing to do. You know? Like, just go pick up buskers in Boston. I don't want to go into Boston Farm. Do you want to go to Boston? Do you want to go to Boston and socialize with people? I do not want to do that. I do not want to do that at all. I don't want to do that. Why would I want to do that? I forgot I signed up for a gift exchange tomorrow and I need a consumable item. Have any good ideas? Okay. This is going to sound ridiculous coming from me, Shaw. Marshalls, Home Goods, or TJ Maxx. Okay? I in no way endorse any of those stores or anything like that. Just go to one of those stores. This time of year, dude, they have all kinds of just odd knickknacks, like a Brookstone, but it's not like $100 for a $50 blender. You know what I'm saying? Go into one of those stores. They have Christmas gifts everywhere. You cannot miss with one of those stores. They will have a Christmas gift for whatever you're trying to do. I'm serious. That's where I do my Christmas shopping. I'm not even, dude, I buy my pants from there. I don't care. Because where else can you get Levi's 501s for like $15? I'm just saying. Like, I in no way endorse any of these stores. I'm in no way like, I don't endorse it. That's not an endorsement. I'm not sponsored by them. You know, it just trust me on this one, dude. Go it. I know it seems like, well, Marshall's a close store. No. So like the thing about those stores is that they buy whatever. They buy whatever, dude. Think about it like an eBay seller that's not going to pinch your pocket or something. Their business model is to just go buy excess stock from like big stores and just put it in their store. But the inventory changes all the time. And around Christmas, they always buy a bunch of crazy weird stuff, dude. I do my Christmas shopping there all the time. You get awesome gifts. Like, seriously. If you need something last minute, go to one of those stores. It'll be weird. There will be a bunch of old ladies Christmas shopping there, even now. And it'll feel very, very bizarre and out of place. And people will look at you like, what the hell are you doing here? But also, I don't miss. That's where I went yesterday, guys. Bree and I went there to do Christmas shopping. I don't care. I told the cashier there that I was like, yeah, I buy my pants from here. And she's like, what? Since when do guys like clothes shopping? I'm like, $15 jeans. This is my favorite store, you know? Like, Marshall's, Home Goods, or TJ Maxx, dudes. Those stores, like, once again, it doesn't seem like it, but yeah, you can go get, like, I buy my jeans. I buy my work pants from there, dude. Actually, I buy these Carhartt pants I bought from Lowe's. I go clothes shopping at the hardware store because I'm just slowly turning into Hank Hill. There you go, Kyle. Like, dude, you want to go Christmas advice? You want to go Christmas shopping for your mom? You want to go Christmas shopping for your sister? You know, Christmas shopping for your grandma? Bro, you can't miss with those. Even if you just like are doing a white elephant or something, that place rules, dude. I'm slowly turning into Hank Hill, boy. Yeah, they are, Creeper. And, okay, so I have a little bit of a bias. They're a Boston-based company. TJX World Headquarters is in Framingham. It's down the street from where I worked at Best Buy. That's why I know about it, dude, because I worked retail right next to their corporate headquarters, you know? Trust me, Shaw, you can't miss. I'm serious. They always have, like, dude, you'll walk in and there's a bunch of fold-out tables with just all kinds of stuff on it, dude. Like, the pickings are usually good right up till Christmas Eve. Like, that's, dude, the freaking life pro tip, man. You want to do Christmas shopping? That's the way to do it. You can't miss.
Discovery.
Chevelle, Merry Christmas, man. All right, you guys, there's a new SpaceX tweet. What do we got? Oh, bro, Booster 19 by Christmas, baby. What did I tell you? Hell yeah. Oh, baby. Look at that. Dude. That's nice. Launch before New Year's? No, not a chance. This thing is nowhere near that point, Tessa, but it's close. This thing will probably roll out for proofing probably after New Year's, if I had to guess. Please don't rupture this time. COPVs, dude. Look, they got the FOD covers on the COPVs. That's weird. Is the tower even ready? No, Mutter, we're not. Dude, we're 2 months out from a launch at least. I'd say end of February because Booster 18 popped. I would have told you end of January because, yeah, but I do believe everything is scaling around the pad. The Star Factory and the production line is ready to go. Dude, they cranked out a booster in a month. Yeah. I have a sneaking suspicion that the way this is going to pan out is that there's going to be a Starship launch during Artemis 2. It's going to happen, dude. The COPVs are stored in the chines. I'm not sure if you're making a joke or not, but yes. But look, they got the covers on them. That ain't no secret. I'm pretty sure they included those COPVs in the shot for a damn good reason. You better be at Artemis 2. I don't know. Is that the part you said it's going to be welded? The hot ring or something? Brun, this is all TIG welded. That you got to when you're dealing with 4 mil thick stainless steel. You have to TIG weld everything. And they are pretty damn good TIG welds. All of this is all welded together. Yeah, it's all one piece. Half and half, just something I didn't know. Yeah, they're in the chines, dude. You So those COPVs carry a bunch of different things, mostly nitrogen. Coltec, they're nitrogen to spin start the inner 13 engines. It's an interesting point to note that the outer ring of 20 engines on Super Heavy cannot be restarted once it leaves the pad. Those are only one-time use. There's no starter motor on those things. Think like a dragster, dude. Same idea. The inner ring of 13, so the 3 engines in the center, right, and then the ring of 10, the inner ring of 10, those can be restarted, and they're all spin started from compressed nitrogen in the COPVs. I meant the space part between the booster and the second part. I'm having a mind blank. Oh, the hot staging ring. This is all integral now, Brun. Yeah. Dude, some mechanical engineering trickery is going on up here, dude. Before, they had the top of the dome of the booster, and then they had a forward skirt, and then they put the staging ring on top. That's the old design. So I can use this 3D model here, and I can show you. Right? They used to have the dome, and then they used to have the skirt. See this skirt right here? So there was a steel skirt with stringers, and then they would put the hot staging ring on top of that, and then Super Heavy would eject it because it was really just a one-time use thing. The goals at that point was just to get this thing up into space so you can get some data on how it works. So that's the old design, dude. The new design integrates the ring, the skirt, and the grid fins into the dome of the vehicle, which is, once again, that's some trickery going on here, dude. Because the grid fins, there's 3 of them. So there's one here, there's one over there, and then there's one on the opposite side of this. There's only 3, because you only need 3 grid fins to control yaw, pitch, and roll with the booster, right? You only need 3, you don't need 4, and SpaceX is trying to save mass with this damn thing because it's made out of steel. It's heavy, really freaking heavy. Well, it's high mass, weight has nothing to do with it, right? So what they did was they got rid of the hot staging ring, and they basically combined the dome, the grid fins, the forward skirt, and the ring into one subassembly, which is freaking bananas to me, dude. Yeah, that's some trickery right there. Think about this for a second, dude. Your grid fin actuators are inside the freaking tank. Now, if I had to guess, the actual actuation system is probably not fully submerged in the tank. There's probably a bulkhead here from all this. See all the welds right there? There's probably a bulkhead there to prevent, like, the actuators from getting submerged in the methane tank, because that's what this is. Dude, this all right here is fuel tank. That's not like a false dome on the top of this. That is the fuel tank. I.e., when this thing is fully fueled, you see the vents right there? Those are the autogenous pressurization check valves. Dude, when this thing is full, it's full of fuel, like up to here, which is bananas to me. That's absolutely insane. What? Wait. What? Weight got nothing to do with it. What about the weight of the vehicle? What weight? It was the best mass around. What about the weights? What weights? How are they going to catch it with 3 fins? That'll have weight hanging off the center of mass. It's not a lot, Caveman. It really isn't, comparatively to the whole mass of the booster. Now, you want to hear the trickery here? So I told you that there's 2 grid fins on the opposite side. They're 180 degrees off. So if we were looking at a clock, right? There's one grid fin at 12 o'clock, there's one grid fin at 3, and there's one at 9. There's nothing at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock has the wire harness. See the wire harness? And this is an autogenous pressurization line. That's where gaseous methane gets scavenged from the Raptors and repressurizes the tank. And that's why the vent lines, the check valves are there too. And that's attitude control as well. But they catch them on the grid fins at 3 and 9 o'clock. The grid fins are now integral. They combined the catch pid into the grid fin, which is, once again, that's probably why you see so much beef right here. like on the backside of this tank, there is a big structural piece. See all these welds? Now, what's the difference between like this weld right here with the white lines, the bulkhead welds, right, and this stuff? This stuff was welded on the back. This was welded from inside of the tank. These were welded on the outside, the white line. How can you tell? Well, what these are burn marks from heat penetration from the TIG weld. Okay? So what does that mean? It means on the backside of any weld, and we know this from working on the car, on the backside of the weld, you want the heat to penetrate all the way through the surface that you're trying to weld something to. The reason why is so you get good adhesion, right? And it usually leaves a burn mark on the backside of whatever you're welding because it got hot, right? You got good penetration on the weld, right? These burn marks are something beefy structurally that's welded on the backside of this tank wall, or on the inside of the tank wall. Now, these white lines here, those are the outsides of the tank wall. On the inside of the tank, you'd probably see a circumferential burn mark, just like these, but going all the way around the ring. With 3 fins, my brain didn't go to the 3 and 9 positions. Yeah, you'd think they'd be in tri-symmetry, right? So 1 here and 2 here. No. Yaw, pitch, and roll, dude. With 3 fins, you can control YPR. You don't need a 4th fin. It's actually super freaking smart. Think about all the complexity you cut out from not having another grid fin. The 2 fins at 3 and 9 o'clock, right? If they do this, right? If they move in unison, you're controlling pitch. If they move opposite of each other, you're controlling roll. Right? And then the booster, the one that's at the 12 o'clock position, that's yaw. Crazy, right? Yeah, it controls yaw. That's it. You could probably get some roll with the 3rd fin as well. If you turned it enough, you could probably roll the booster as well. Man, SpaceX giving us a bunch of Christmas presents, dude. Yeah, there's the fin, dude. See this big beefy piece on the new grid fins? That solid block of billet stainless? That's what they catch the thing on. It's like a plane. Yeah, think of the tail stabilizer on the plane. But Mutter, the crazy thing is per like orientation of the booster, the rudder is on the bottom. Yeah, so think of like if you look at like a MiG-21 or an F-16, I mean, pick your poison, right? A MiG-21 has fins, has a vertical stabilizer on the bottom. See it down there? The F-16 has 2. It's just a small vertical stabilization element to prevent side slip, right? And the reason why I say MiG-21 or like F-16 or something, or even F-104, F-104 has something like this, because these are basically a tube with little winglings on the side, and it's a MiG-21 and like an F-104, not so much an F-16, are basically just a jet engine with a seat and some tiny freaking wings. It's designed to go fast. It's not designed to really be maneuverable, per se. Right? How heavy duty is billet stainless? Billet stainless is about as strong as you can make. Like, out of all the ways to make blocks of stainless, that's probably the strongest. So... the reason why I know it's billet, guys, is because see the machining marks? See all the little lines right there? This was machined. So they probably started off with a cast block of stainless, which is... alright, and then they put it in a CNC machine and milled all this. See, you could see the machining marks on all this stuff. Even all these pieces. See the lines? That looks like television interlacing? Those are all machine marks for where whatever was machining this. Probably an end mill, if I had to guess. Probably just going back and forth there. That, dude, this thing... that thing could survive a nuclear blast. No joke. You could, like, strap this thing down and, like, explode a nuke over it. It'd probably be okay. Probably be fine. It probably would fly a long way, but if you found it, it'd probably be relatively intact. I mean, it would ablate a little bit, but that's not going to happen with Super Heavy. Yeah, it's an underside stabilizer on the design. Yep. Yeah, maybe, Brandon. I don't know. Actually, yeah, an MQ-9... an MQ-9, no. Yeah, it does. It has a bottom stabilizer. Yeah, Super Heavy is like that, minus the V-tail. It would just be a stabilizer here. on the sides and one going down the bottom. That's why Super Heavy's like that. There's a good reason for that, though, dudes. It's because of the way the chines are set up. On the bottom of Super Heavy, right? And keep in mind, this is an extremely old model. There's chines, right? On the bottom, so if this is the bottom, this is the side with the grid fin, this bottom line. There is chines that are clocked wide. They're out here and out here. Now on the top, they're actually kind of close together. And then you have the grid fin right here on the back, right? The chines are designed to create body lift down on the bottom of the booster and then shoot air up the backside of the booster right into the grid fin. That's what they're designed to do. That's why they're clocked so far apart, because when the booster's coming back, they're trying to create compression underneath it so they can funnel air into the back grid fin. That's on the bottom of the vehicle. It's basically an airplane. They're trying to make it an airplane. The reason why you would want to do this, and New Glenn is probably a good example. They're trying to get more cross range out of the booster. Basically, the booster's coming back down like this. If you can get it to fly more sideways and spend more time in the atmosphere, more of your velocity can get bled off because you're flying, right? You're obviously going to hit a terminal velocity at some point. The closer you can get to the booster's terminal velocity, the better. That means you need less fuel to land, right? Because the atmosphere is slowing you down more. We see this in Kerbal all the time when I'm trying to boost back boosters. Boosters that are coming straight back down have to do a completely different type of landing burn than boosters that are coming in sideways, right? Garage stream? Yeah, we'll go out in the garage in a second, dude. So basically, they're trying to fly the booster. The more time the booster can spend flying through the atmosphere, and once again, this is why New Glenn has those wings on the side. The more time it can spend flying in the atmosphere is less fuel for landing, because you slow down more. You really want to get some good cross range with the booster. And once again, you got to think of what's driving your stakeholder expectations. SpaceX made these things out of stainless because stainless is very readily available for mass production. We make a lot more steel than we do aluminum in the world. Aluminum is around, but rolls of steel are very inexpensive comparatively to, aluminum plates that you need to mill and then put through a brake to get them to make barrel segments. Rolls of stainless steel, 304X stainless steel, like I said, we make more steel than we make aluminum, right? So that's why SpaceX chose to go with steel, because it's better for mass production, right? Better for mass production. But with any engineering construct, there's always a trade-off. What's the trade-off? The thing's freaking heavy because you made it out of steel. It's right in the name, super heavy. The thing is a terrible mass margin, right? Or a terrible mass fraction. It's really not great. That's why like these versions of Starship that have flown this past year really only have about 30 tons. They could probably take about 30 tons into space, nothing more. And now the Block 3 boosters they're introducing ways to bring the mass down of the booster. What ways is that? Well, get it to fly for longer in the atmosphere, right? And then you don't need your rocket engine you don't need your rocket engines to slow you down as much because the air will slow you down, right? So the flight regime is a trade-off, right? The flight regime is a way to overcome the trade-off that you built the thing out of freaking steel, right? 3 grid fins, another great example. Integral hot staging ring, another good example here. And Raptor 3 is probably the biggest example. Raptor 2 to Raptor 3. So if you have, we did the math out once, and keep in mind, these were numbers with Wikipedia, dudes. They were numbers just with Wikipedia. I don't know how accurate it is. I'd have to ask Space Engineer or somebody. Hey, Paul, Merry Christmas to you and your family. Hey, thanks, man. Likewise. Merry Christmas, dude. I hope you have a good Christmas day. How's your Christmas morning, man? You're already on the other side, dude. I'm not. It's noontime over here. Better for mass production, terrible for mass reduction. That's a good way to say that, Panza. It's 4 a.m. Why are you guys awake, dudes? Oh, Heavy Metal Rain. Speaking of Australian viewers, if you're out there, he's probably not because it's 4 a.m. Over there. Heavy, I got your package, dude. Heavy Metal Rain sent me an Australian care package, and it's full of Tim Tams. Nice. Nice, mate. Thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate them Tim Tams. I'll be doing Tim Tam slams here all day. Probably on Christmas. It'll be great, mate. You're not currently eating them. My freaking tooth, dude. I can't eat the damn things. Not right now. Vegemite too? I don't know if it has Vegemite. I'd have to go look. Never bet against EJ's booster stacking predictions. I did get it right. No good. The reason why I said that, guys, wasn't why I said booster 19 by Christmas. The reason why I said it wasn't because I had somebody telling me this. I'm thinking about where SpaceX's mind is at. Look, it really comes down to you have to build more of these and you have to build them fast. Now, once again, like I said, SpaceX is set up to mass produce these things because it's made out of steel. You can make a bunch of them pretty quickly. We've seen this with Booster 19, right? You can make a bunch of them pretty fast. But you still need to make them. So that tells me that, you know, their production lines are set up to crank these things out very, very quickly. The other thing is that they need to, because the Artemis program, you have till 2028, baby, to get that thing out there. That's not a lot of time. So urgency is very important. Urgency is key here. And SpaceX is set up to do it. They're set up to do mass production, guys. The reason why I knew Booster 19 was going to get stacked by Christmas is because even if Booster 18 didn't blow up, it still would have been stacked by Christmas. That was already a goal. Because, once again, mass production. You got to think about it like that. They need to make a lot of boosters. You have to. You need at least four or five to do the Artemis program and have the Artemis program send HLS out there with the refuelers and stuff. Why do I say at least five? Well, pad at 39A, pad at Boca Chica.
Go at throttle up.
Right? Maybe the first pad at Boca Chica comes back up by 2027, maybe. Right? So that's 3 pads operational. Slick 37 probably is not going to be ready by then, but if it is, well, guess what? That's 2 more pads. 5 boosters, baby. By 2027, 2028, you're going to need at least 5 super heavies that work. Right? Now, if you think about it, they already have, well, they have a half of one right now. So, making good progress. I would say by the end of next year, they'll probably have 5 ready to go. Because you got to remember, SpaceX is setting up an assembly line here, guys. They're setting up an assembly line. It's the pads that are probably going to take a while to make. Hey, Mank, 105-month resub. EJ has dirt on his hoodie. Oh, Ewok, I have something in my pocket for you. It's right here. Anyway, so we're at the end of the year. In your opinion, what is the best and worst thing that has happened this year? In rockets or in my life? Because there's been a lot of bad things that happened in my life. A lot of bad things. Guys, there are things that are so bad, I don't even want to share them with you. Like, I don't even want, it's just, yeah. Rocket stuff, okay. Should we send you Margaritaville cheesecakes? You do not need to do that. Ship 36 blowing up is probably the worst. That was the worst one. Yeah, that was bad. I'd say Flight 9 was probably a gut punch, and then, like I said, Ship 36 right after that. That was probably the low point. High point was flight, boosters being caught and reused. That was super cool. I don't know what other good stuff happened this year. There's not a lot, dude. I mean, Jared Isaacman becoming NASA administrator. That's pretty good. I'm a little bit worried, dude, because he only has really 3 years to get this done. At the minimum. Have you seen the new structure going up at Massey's? So Vargon, I follow a buddy of mine on X. His name's Chrome Kiwi. He's in here sometimes. Chrome is a good dude. He does renders of this stuff, and he gave me permission to show some of this stuff, which I do appreciate till I'm blue in the face, man. He did a render of what the thing looks like a little while back. That's Chrome's render right there. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what that's for. If I had to guess, this is a guess just by looking at this, how Chrome did this render. It's probably for testing refueling. If I had to guess, huge guess. Refueling testing. Okay. Oh, there you go. I think a booster would look great next to EJ's garage. It's got to be for refueling testing, dudes. So this is my dead giveaway for that. See how it has a gantry up here with this kind of trapezoidal structure? That is a mount for another umbilical. So my guess is that they're going to run... So you see that there's the tray down here for the bottom umbilicals for filling, right? So, okay, there's this thing with rockets, guys. You want to understand a very basic concept of how rocket fueling works? Gas out at the top, liquid in at the bottom. You always fill from the bottom. They're never pouring fuel into the tanks because you don't want to upset the fuel because something could blow up because it's a rocket. Things blow up. It happens. You always fill from the bottom and you fill from the bottom. And so liquid in the bottom, gas out the top. If that reverses itself, you're either refueling or your rocket's exploding. There's really no in between there. So look, you have this basically at the top, you know, a little reasonable, a reasonable estimation would be that this is the top of the methane tank. So like you have your aft fins right here. Right? This is the top of the methane tank and the payload bay is up off the screen here. Yeah, gas is going in. My one thing here, though, is, look, where's your LOX vents? Because when you're refueling, you're not going to have an open vent. So there's probably going to be an umbilical or something right here for the gas vent for the LOX. That's my guess. Either that or they have lines that go down and out here to simplify the umbilicals. But my question here, if that's the case, is why are you venting from the top of the methane tank and have your oxygen, gaseous oxygen vent go back down into the umbilical? Why? Why would you do that? Why not just have the methane go down into the umbilical instead and simplify everything? I mean, unless they're splicing the autogenous pressurization fill for sure. Yeah, then maybe they have done that. But also that like what's this thing about up here then? Is that to actually that might be to physically test like the mechanical properties of the docking system. Because you do see little gussets right here and right here. And we know Starship has flip out docking adapters that kind of look like a Falcon Heavy center core strut. I'm guessing they're probably derived from that if I'm just throwing my Santa hat into the ring here. We haven't heard anything, Dons. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know, man. It's definitely for refilling testing. I'm not sure what this gantry up here is for because, yeah, if you're using the AP lines, you'd integrate the AP lines with a tap off into the umbilical. That makes everything happen. All your action for refueling happens down here, so nothing happens up there to keep the plumbing simple on the boosters. But once again, that begs the question: what the hell is that? And why would you build this if you weren't putting some type of umbilical up there? Just a thought. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, guys, give Chrome Kiwi a follow, dude. His renders are fantastic. We've shown his renders on stream many times, with permission. Yeah, he's good, man. Real good stuff. Geek, you were just talking to one of my customers about you and NSF. He lives by Johnson Space Center. He told me an interesting story that you may not know of. He's a recovering alcoholic and was friends with a retired NASA engineer from Johnson. He said the reason they changed the AA meeting time to 11:30 was to coincide with Johnson Space Center's lunchtime because there were so many alcoholics at NASA. I'd believe that. Dude, flight operations, geek, is no joke. The flight director's job, that is freaking Nathan. Oh no, you didn't need to do that. Oh no. Yeah, flight operations is a super stressful job, dude. That's so like those are the Gene Kranz, Chris Kraft, you know, melon farmers. Those guys have balls of steel, geek. Like, not much bothers those dudes because of the stress that they deal with. And geek, I've talked to those guys. Jerry Griffin, Jerry Bostich, who just passed away. That sucks. I got to talk to him, which was pretty cool. Gene Kranz. I've never met Gene Kranz. I'd never got the pleasure of meeting Chris Kraft, but I have all their books, dude. I read all their books. Dude, those balls of steel to be a flight controller, because if something goes wrong, you got to figure out what to do, and you got to figure out what to do fast or someone's going to die. And it can happen that quickly. Flight ops is no joke. Shout out to those guys, the unsung heroes of ISS operations. Seriously. Let the record show I was right. I said Booster 19 by Christmas the day after Booster 18 popped. See Rudy's last. What's up, Rudy? How you doing? It's for testing, EJ, it's for testing HLS, mainly for the docking system to the tanker and to qualify the landing jets. Oh. Yeah, that makes way more sense, dude. Thanks, Rudy. Thanks for the clarification, man. I hope you have a good Christmas, dude. Brother, I said it, man. By Christmas, baby. And guess what? Booster 20 is probably going to be ready in January. Or at least stacked. Not ready. Not fully ready. It's going to be stacked. They already have the components teed up, dude. There's no way they don't. What were these production lines doing when these pieces were finished? Right? They didn't just crap out Booster 19 parts from the Aether here, man. But I bet you Booster 20 and Booster 21 and 22 are probably all in the pipe right now. They're probably coming down the assembly line, if I had to guess. Did you see the RGV Pixapad one with them digging up the pad? Yes, I did. But yeah, man, you know, they're not, you know, SpaceX will say that they did this, you know, to show, like, look, we can build fast. We can build that. They were going to build fast anyway, dudes. That was already happening. Booster 19's production did not change. Its production timelines didn't. Maybe it sped up just a tiny bit just to get it built in front of, like, before Christmas, right? But yeah, Booster 19 would be built anyway right now, even if 18 was getting ready to have, like, to fly. Just saying. Like I said, this is an assembly line. You got to think about it like you're playing Factorio, not like, you know, past programs where you get a first stage in 6 months. Like the Apollo program took a little bit of time to make a Saturn V first stage. No. This is not that. This is, think Factorio, man. Think Satisfactory. That's what's up. I'm pretty sure it was witchcraft that brought them into existence. I believe that at this point, Mank, but if there wasn't a big, gigantic factory next to, you know, the mega bays. It's called Star Factory for a reason. Yeah, baby. Solo, can't stay, but just wishing you and yours a Merry Christmas if you're celebrating. I think yes. Thank you, Solo. Yeah, pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I celebrate that. Anyway. The big race right now is trying to get 39A ready before Artemis 2 goes off in February. I believe that, goalie. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, SpaceX, look, 2028 might seem like it's okay, think about this, guys. In a week, it's 2026. That's 2 years. 2 years till 2028 starts. 2 years. That's not a lot of time in the space program. That's not a lot. Even for SpaceX, it's not a lot of time. That, in spaceflight timelines, that might as well be next month. And I've met enough people and I've talked to enough people at SpaceX that to know that that's pretty much how they think. Like, this is urgent. You got to get this done now. Like, this has to be done now. Not tomorrow. Not after breakfast. Now. People have bets. Lots of NASA and SpaceX people have money on the table. Would you take on building Boca Chica and Satisfactory? If you could manufacture rockets, Halingar, yeah, sure. What's the specific impulse of Santa's sleigh? Mank, so first of all, I do not think that Santa's sleigh uses a conventional thruster system. It's not like a rocket engine. It's most likely some form of a nuclear electric propulsion, if I had to guess. And with that being said, it's most likely, I would probably say somewhere in the line of like 9 to 10,000 seconds specific impulse, judging by how quickly the sleigh moves around. Like, you can go around the world hitting every house in 24 hours. This thing has to have some kick behind it. And, you know, unless Santa's doing some type of in-flight refueling, which actually does make sense. He would do in-flight refueling when he's crossing the oceans, when he crosses the Atlantic and the Pacific. I would, you know, Mank, if it was me, the con ops here would be one in-flight refuel. You hit Europe, Asia, Africa, and Australia in one refueling flight, and then you hit North America in the second one, right? North America and all the Pacific with the second after in-flight refuel. So if there's doing in-flight refuel, you don't need to really refuel the nuclear part. It's the, you know, if you're using some type of electric propulsion that creates like some type of plasma field to shoot out plasma, you need something that's high thrust because the thing needs to go fast, right? I would say that it's because of the refueling, it's probably less, between 5 and 8,000 seconds specific impulse, I would guess, somewhere in there. The sleigh has to go fast, dude. It has to be able to, it has to have high thrust to weight ratio. It has to. Just because of what's going on here. We should write a white paper on this. Agreed. The sleigh runs on candy canes. There's video proof from the 80s involving Dudley Moore. Tessa, we theorized that its nuclear power fuel is most likely something like a Mr. Fusion. And Santa has to take into account time dilation, right? Because if you're going at that speed, 24 hours is not 24 hours. He's going to have to fly a little bit higher to get out of the grav well. That's a good way to circumvent time, right? Not by much, but you probably get a little bit of a gain there. So I'll bet you he has a Mr. Fusion and maybe a flux capacitor on there too. Not for like taking big steps in time, but if you aggregate the amount of testing at McGregor. If you aggregate the amount of seconds, like, you know, you have to, in 24 hours, you have to hit every house. Every single house that celebrates Christmas. That's a lot. What is that, on the order of 2 to 3 billion houses? That's a lot. That's a lot of houses, man. It's a lot. It's got to have a Mr. Fusion. If you can use the flux capacitor in microbursts with the Mr. Fusion and make it run off cookies and candy canes that are in each house, right? You're good. But that's just for electric power, dude. If we're using some type of nuclear electric propulsion here, like a Vasimir or an ion engine, right? You're still going to need the inert gas. That explains the in-flight refuel. With that type of in-flight refueling, yeah, when he's crossing the Atlantic, when he's crossing the pond, you have to refuel the xenon. You got to refuel the xenon gas, man. It's just that's what makes sense with the con ops. Sir, it's Romeo 3 Delta November 053 on flight radar. You'll find some details there. Mm-hmm. Oh, Rudy, again, what's up, dude? Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, my guy. Also, hint on something else. Booster 21 is heading to the Cape next year. Keep an eye on a fixture arriving in the coming weeks. Oh. Okay. All right, well. Well, that's good to know. I try not to have you tell me too much, dude. But yeah, that's neat. That's neat. He uses Alt F12. Yeah,
Discovery,
probably.
go at throttle up.
Ringer, hey, 4-month resub. Yeah, interesting, dude. Good stuff. But yeah, Santa Slay also the nuclear. See, you gotta remember the nuclear power. It's not just repowering the flux capacitor to pick up like aggregate seconds in time. It has to power the interdimensional portal. I've theorized that the elves need to make, let's just do some, abstraction here, right? Say the average child gets two gifts, like the two big gifts, maybe one. All right, let's just say we can kind of average it out. Let's just say 2, just for an overestimation, because your safety, your margin here is you never want to get like right on. You want to have a little bit of a factor of safety here. So let's say that on average, right, which is an overestimation, a kid is going to get 2 presents, right? 2 big presents, all right? And the elves deal with the stocking stuffer, okay? That's what makes sense. So Santa's delivering 2 presents, let's say, if there's 2 billion houses or 3 billion houses around the world or residencies around the world that celebrate Christmas, right? And let's just say that on average they have 1.5 kids. We could probably deal with that. I would round up to 2 just in case for a good safety margin there. That's 6 billion presents, right? You're not carrying 6 billion presents in Santa's sleigh. That's not happening. I've theorized that the elves utilize quantum manufacturing and quantum transport, right? Because Santa has to be the one that delivers it. The elves could probably just disperse quantum portals all over the place and just zap the presents into position. But you don't want to do that. Santa has to deliver them. That's how this rolls, right? It's very traditional. So, Tessa, I think that the Mr. Fusion, so to speak, is not just powering the flux capacitor in your thruster systems either. It's definitely powering the interdimensional portal. Because, right, you'd want a day tank. Even if Santa's like landing in a regional area and the elves are dispersing, right, to deliver all the presents, they got to deliver the presents, they got to get the cookies, and they got to bring the cookies to keep the nuclear reactor powered, right? You're going to want to tee up the next set for the next region, right? So you'd want kind of a buffer. Basically the equivalent of like a fluid buffer in terms of presence inside of Santa's bag, right? That's what makes sense. That's what makes sense, dude. You're gonna have to do that way. You wouldn't want to do just in time like Amazon, right? Just in time manufacturing. You could, but once again, they get the list. You get the naughty and nice list, and you get the wish list from every kid. So it's got to be. Yeah, they're not doing just in time manufacturing. They definitely tee them up. So that means your Mr. Fusion that's being powered by candy canes, cookies, and milk, probably milk for the cooling system, because you got to have cold milk. Who has warm milk? That's weird. All right, you could do that, but Santa's not a cat. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're gonna have to. The sleigh has an interdimensional portal from the North Pole that feeds the presents in for the next region that comes. So you have a buffer, because if he runs out of presents, you're screwed. You're screwed. You're losing time, and we're down to the second here. All right, this is a millisecond precise operation. It has to be that way to get all the presents down in one shot. Do I look like a cat to you, boy? Santa, probably. Santa does get some help from carrier strike groups. Yeah, their CSGs aren't fast enough, though, Victory. They're not fast enough. What are we using, a VLS to deliver presents? No. That's nothing compared to the interdimensional terminal high-altitude present delivery system that I talked about. That's why I thought that Tory Bruno was going to work for Santa, because that's why he left ULA. He was going to work for Santa. It makes sense, dudes. The con-ops make sense. That's all I'm saying. My question is, are the Elves in Santa's workshop just a North Pole sweatshop? No. It's not a sweatshop. They're using quantum manufacturing. They think matter-antimatter replicators from Star Trek. They can just make the presents, and they tee up it's more of a gigantic distribution center, less of a sweatshop. And from what I've heard, Geek, elves have very good pensions. All right? Hey, Flip. Thanks for being a member for 4 months, man. 4 month resub. Thanks, dude. I mean, elves have good pensions, dude. I mean, Geek, it's most likely like SpaceX, right? A lot of younger kids work for SpaceX. They work there for 5, maybe 10 years, and then they move on to something else, right? Because, you know, you want to have a family, etc., etc. That just makes sense. Feliz Navidad, amigo. Tu espero año de felicidad. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. Yeah, I just said the song, Ivan, but I know what it means. Brandon, 4-month resub. Thank you. What Christmas movies are on your list? Die Hard. Die Hard and, you know, Charlie Brown. Brimo likes Charlie Brown and Snoopy. I do too. And, yeah. Lethal Weapon 1. Nice. Home Alone. Good Christmas movie. Just watched Die Hard last night. Watch it every year while wrapping gifts. Asian Dawn? I read about them in Time magazine. So taking the time travel and time dilation into account, doing deliveries 16 hours a day, probably takes them all year to hit that target. It's not so much Tessa, it's not so much like making all the presents and stuff. It's just getting the list. Because you got to remember, kids aren't writing Christmas lists, right? They're not writing a wish list for what presents they want to Santa in July. Maybe some of them do, right? But the lists really start coming in November, December. So you have to get everything ready. You have to get your concept of operations here is getting your in-flight refueling ready, getting your xenon gas ready, and getting the distribution center ready to receive a high flux of presents all in one shot. And also probably getting the power systems up to snuff at the North Pole. I mean, dude, if they're using quantum manufacturing and using a matter-antimatter replicator, you're going to need a lot of power. The North Pole is definitely nuclear powered. The only way to make something that remote generate that kind of power, they wouldn't be bringing the power in from the electrical grid, man. Somebody would notice the big flux in electricity, right? Like, there's no way. It has to be on-site power generation. Now, time travel, you do deliveries retroactively. You do last year's delivery a year late on time. I mean, that makes sense, but I'm not sure. I've talked to Santa before. Very traditional dude. They use the flux capacitor to aggregate time, so you could save seconds. Because saving a second is a big deal, right? But you still try to get it done in 24 hours, dude, because that's the way you do it. It's the tradition, man. Is that what causes the Northern Lights? Yes. Mm-hmm. Don't forget industrial espionage and copyright infringement. Oh, STAR, dude. Santa trafficking arms regulations, dude. You think ITAR is bad? STAR is even worse. I would not want to be a part of rehearsals. Well, dude, just like a rocket program, Vargon, they're going to do a dry dress rehearsal. They're going to do a wet dress rehearsal, right? Probably do a couple of in-flight tests, right? In the night when nobody sees, right? Just not a full 24-hour test, probably 12 hours. So, so Santa can work on the eclipsed side of the Earth so nobody sees him. Because he's not going to land during the day. He ain't coming during the day. So if you do half of the run, they probably test, doing the continents in the Eastern Hemisphere and then the Western Hemisphere. They probably do test runs for that. Like I said, it's a lot of prep, dude. A lot of prep. But like a space program, SpaceX is prepping for HLS, which is happening in 2028 right now. You gotta be preemptive about this, just like the space program. This is a very complicated operation that happens very, very quickly. Yeah, STARS, you don't want to violate that. You could get exiled from the North Pole. Joe, the elves aren't going to want to do that. The pensions are just too good. Think about the payment there, dude, for the work. You work 5 Christmases as an elf, you're set for life, baby. You're set for life. I have, Ivan. Yeah, yep. Santa also gives out big contracts to Raytheon and Lockheed. That's where all the black, people talk about all the black projects. They're making the Aurora space plane. No, they're helping Santa. Where do you think all those billions of dollars go, man? They're helping Santa with quantum tech. obviously. Why do you think nobody talks about it? Didn't Apollo 8 confirm Santa was on the far side of the moon? I mean, he had to deliver presents to, to Bill Anders, Jim Lovell, and Frank Borman. He had to. I blanked for a second. I always get Apollo 13 and 8 confused with the crews. Apollo 13 was Jim Lovell, Jack Swigert, and Fred Hayes. Apollo 8 is Bill Anders, Jim Lovell, and Frank Borman. There we go. Got it. Yes. I mean, you had to deliver presents to them. How do you? That's no problem. Just one zip zap out to the moon. No big deal. Now that's where the flux capacitor would really come into play. Hey, lowly henchman, Merry Christmas from my family to yours. Thank you. Likewise. Merry Christmas, buddy. I've been watching with my son since he was born, and now he's 8. It's been a long time, but it's gone by so quickly. You love your stream and learn a lot. Yeah. I hope he's enjoying this conversation, because Santa is not... This is not a simple operation. It's not just a dude with a sleigh just flying around, like, dropping presents. This is a complicated, very logistically complex operation. This is very important. Got to get your presents, man. You got to get the kids the presents. You're like, what are you gonna miss one? Hell no. We don't do that. Say what you will about his methods, but Santa's safety record is pretty unimpeachable. He's been doing this for thousands of years, man. What makes the nose red? It's a guide light. Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? It's nighttime. How the heck are you going to see the front of the reindeer, dude? You got to have nav and beacon lights. It's just like any other flying thing. Got to have a beacon. You don't have the beacon lights, the FAA is going to get really pissed. Just saying. Can you imagine if, the Rudolph, if his nose isn't working? If the nose isn't working, Santa's going to get a call from the FAA. Yeah, hi, Santa, we got a number for you to call. I'm busy. You don't want that call from the FAA. That's no good. Santa must hate the Raiders because I've been wishing for a playoff win. You're a Raiders fan and wishing for a playoff win. Hey, man, Santa can only do so much, dude, okay? Is Rudolph from Chernobyl? No. Guys, the nose isn't part of him. It's like if you wore a headlamp, if you wore a hat with a freaking light on the front, all right? So it's like Cyberpunk. He's had a little bit of biomechanical upgrades. That's not organic. That is a manufactured component. Personally, we talked about this last stream. Personally, I think that Rudolph is not just a beacon light. It's most likely a sensor. It's most likely the something similar to the component on the front of a Sidewinder missile. See this thing over here? That thing? It's probably that, the sensing component to a Sidewinder, if I had to guess. It's probably something derived from that. I mean, we already discerned here that Santa has contracts with Raytheon, who makes Sidewinder missiles. Raytheon makes Sidewinder missiles. I'm just saying. Rudolph is a missile. No, he's using off-the-shelf components, Ivan, because it's cheaper. This is the A12 a sleigh cart, and I'm going to show you all the... This is an A12 sleigh cart, and I'm going to show you all the quirks and features, and then give it a Doug score. Yep. No, the other reindeer probably have your radar, probably have the phased array, if I had to guess. But it's probably not phased array. Okay, so once again, you use what you got. The antlers are probably being used for your radio beacon. If I had to guess, just putting it out there. Rudolph's nose has to be an approach and landing LiDAR system. There you go. Rudolph is a synth. No, it's cyberpunk. It's a biomechanical upgrade. Okay? Rudolph knows where he is, so he knows where he isn't. Once again, guys, this is it's a very tight operation. It's down to the second. You're going to use every advantage that you can. Maybe in the past it was just a little glowing red light, but Rudolph would, dude, if it would mean saving 5 or 6 seconds, during every landing, right? You're going to want the latest and greatest tech. Just saying. We're skirting S-Star here. We're just theorizing, dude. I don't know if this is true or not. Would Santa use Starlink, though? I mean, no. Santa has quantum communications, guys. He can talk to the North Pole in real time no matter where he's at. Look, if we're using quantum, if we're using quantum teleportation to get presents into the sleigh in real time, right? He can, he could just talk with it. On the other hand, he might just have a CB radio. Short range will do it at night. At night, you could, with enough power, and the sleigh is nuclear powered. We already knew this. With enough power on your transmitter, you can hit anywhere at night because you can bounce it off the ionosphere. How do you think the Russian, the Soviet over-the-horizon radars work? The Dugas. What do you think they do? They bounce off the atmosphere for missile detection. You can communicate on that frequency. Easy peasy. You can see why he does a lot of work with the defense contractors. The defense contractors are after the quantum technology, How do you think the U.S. can just zap an aircraft carrier off the shore somewhere like that? What do you think? It sails there? No, it gets there really, really quickly. It's like, oh, there it is all of a sudden. I'm just saying. He could just have a ham radio. It's possible. And if you have a ham radio, you could just use the antlers on the reindeer. You could use the antlers, just, wrap the antlers in tinfoil and you're good to go. I mean, that might get a little hot, if you're transmitting a lot. No. Actually, you know what? That's not a bad idea. You know what I would use? The sleigh rails. Sleigh rails would be good. That would work. The sleigh has skates on it. You could use that. That's fine. That'd make great transmitter. It's made out of steel. It's fine. What was that experiment? The Philadelphia experiment? Yeah, that's when they tried to appropriate Santa's tech. It didn't work. We still have a lot to learn. They tried to. They tried to reverse engineer it. It didn't really work too well. Is Rudolph considered an RTG? No. Rudolph is a reindeer, dude. Rudolph's an animal. Waving and shushing. Yeah, Victory, I got this. We're all right. All this is public information. You just got to know where to look. Is Santum's equipment patented? No, it's not patented. Then everybody would know how it works. Does the sleigh have flares for war zones? It's coated. The sleigh is coated in RAM, dude. Don't worry about that. I mean, if it shows up on the radar, because the sleigh is coated in RAM, and the reindeer will have a radar signature, but the radar signature is going to look like a flock of birds on the radar, because reindeers don't bounce radar very well. Biological organisms don't do that. Metal does that, right? So you coat the sleigh in RAM, your radar signature is going to look like a flock of seagulls, dude. Just saying. War zones do pause for Christmas. That happened in World War I. CS Chimp, you're absolutely right. Good addendum there. Yeah, absolutely a thing. It's a flock of birds moving at Mach 8. Well, Bob, if you have a localized radar and you see that blip come up on your radar at Mach 8, it's going to be through your detection area like that. So it'll pop up as like a couple of birds sporadically on the radar. You wouldn't think anything of it. If you're going fast enough, it doesn't matter. Look at the SR-71. Same idea. You're going fast enough, who cares? They're not going to know the difference. How does Santa deal with the heat generated by the speed? From my understanding, the sleigh is an open top. Well, D-Stat, the sleigh is nuclear powered. It probably generates an electromagnetic field to keep the ionized compression heating away from the reindeer. That would be my guess. Think about it. You have a sleigh that's nuclear powered, that's capable of warping presents in from the North Pole, basically on demand, right? Using some sort of plasma drive, right? If you have enough to generate a magnetic field inside of an engine for propulsion, you have enough to generate a magnetic field for the entire thing. The magnetic field will keep ionization away from you, so you don't have to worry about reentry heating. And that's why, once again, that's why everybody leaves cookies and milk out. Santa might take a bite of a cookie from time to time, but the cookies don't have a bite taken out of them. They're gone. Remember that. You get up Christmas morning, the cookies aren't there. They're gone. And the milk's all pretty much gone. Right? Or it's gone completely. They need that for power. They need it for power. You got to power this thing. Right? Because you have an open top sleigh. The open top sleigh makes it better for terminal high altitude present delivery, right? We've already been over this. What about the warm southern hemisphere? Temperature, fine. The sleigh has Xmas on it, guys. It's open top. It has environmental control systems on it. Santa has dimensional storage from Satisfactory. Yeah, where do you think Satisfactory got the idea, Ewok? How do you... what? Is he carrying 2 billion presents in that damn sleigh? Hell no. No. There is a interdimensional portal that goes to the North Pole. And that requires a crazy amount of power to keep that portal going. But you got, like, I already been over this, but you got to think about it. The sleigh is going, you know, you're probably going to, it's regional, right? The sleigh goes regional. So you probably pick an area, probably with high population concentration, and you tee up the portal when Santa gets over the target. He probably delegates work to the elves, and the elves probably go on a package-to-package basis, but some bigger things might require Santa himself to deliver it. So the elves go down, they stock the, they stuff the stocking, deliver the presents, take the cookies, bring the cookies back up, right? And once again, it's probably got a tractor beam, has to have a tractor beam or a beaming system like Star Trek so they can go to and from, right? But you're going to tee up all those presents, right, all at once. And while the elves are delivering those presents, you tee up more and you fill the bag back up. It's the only way that this works. That's the only theoretical way that this happens. So Kelly Johnson borrowed Santa technology. Where do you think he got the idea, dude? When I was a kid, my dad told me Santa is tired of milk and cookies, and we left out wine coolers and salami sandwiches. That works too, geek. You look, actually, that's probably better for them. We discerned actually last stream that one chocolate chip cookie has about 1,000 joules, so 1 megajoule of energy. The bologna sandwich probably you probably get more energy from that. How many calories is a bologna sandwich? Wine cooler's even better. More energetic because it has alcohol in it. Yeah, you can get more energy from that. They aggregate the energy with like Mr. Fusion from Back to the Future. Where do you think Bob Zemeckis got the idea? Just saying. It's been seeping through the cracks, man. You get bits and pieces. They tease bits and pieces. It's out in the open. It's an open conspiracy. You know? It's like the shadow government teasing you. They show. Santa's like, I'm going to show you, but you're not going to see. We hide in plain sight here. I'm telling you, S-Star is a big thing, but nobody talks about it. 1,000 joules is a kilojoule, not megajoule. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. We convinced Mini Victory, Tiny Victory's older brother, that Santa likes pizza and beer too. Pizza has a lot of energy in it. Beer is very energetic. I'm just saying. Total energy in joules of a slice of pizza. Let's take a look. A slice of pizza is typically 250 to 350 kilocalories. Translates to roughly 1,046,000 to 1.463 million joules, since 1 kcal equals 4181 joules. So you multiply the calories by 4184 to get the total joules, often expressed in kilojoules for convenience, i.e. 250 calories is 1,046 kilojoules. There you go. That's perfect. Right in line with a chocolate chip cookie. It'll work. That's plenty of energy, dude. You can use that. Once again, if he has a Mr. Fusion, that's enough. You have enough energy density there to keep the Mr. Fusion powered. I mean, are cookies, pizza, and beer the best thing to power the sleigh? No. You could probably use gasoline
Uranium would probably be good, but I'm sure in 1985, plutonium is available at every corner drugstore. But in 2025, it's a little hard to come by. It's not like people are leaving blocks of freaking uranium, right? Although, there might be one other supplementary power generation system. And the supplementary power generation system might be there to bridge the gap in case they don't get good, like, I don't know, maybe somebody leaves like water or something. Water is kind of energetic, but it's not like a slice of pizza or a cookie or something. I'll bet you there's a coal buffer on board too. Or at least a coal buffer from the North Pole. Just in case. Now, why coal? Coal is very, very cheap. It's not the best energy density, but, you know, it's good enough. Very inexpensive, right? And I'm not saying they're using it to power the, you know, the North Pole. I mean, the North Pole might run on coal. Maybe. I mean, that would explain why everything's getting hotter, you know, certainly, right? But they probably have coal as a supplemental just in case, right? And also, you gotta, if somebody's on the naughty list, that's why you get coal. Because it's supplementary power generation, just in case they need more power coming out of the sleigh. Maybe there's some bigger presents that require transport from the dimensional depot. Like, makes sense, dude. LS swap. They do have a stockpile for coal for all the bad kids. That's what I'm saying. They probably don't have a present for a kid on the naughty list. They probably just give them some of the supplemental power. There's got to be. That's what makes the most sense. Lots of oil under the Arctic. Yeah, but, you know, Santa doesn't leave oil for kids. He leaves coal. I asked for coal for Christmas once, just to see what would happen when I was a lot younger. I got a present, but I also got coal. Just saying. Very, very nice energy density from coal for what it is. Like, considering you could just basically dig it out of the ground and then burn it. It's pretty good. Do you still have it? I don't know. Maybe I think I threw it into a fire, Jim. And it stoked the fire because it's coal. Why just use a beam to place the president home? It's a bit like a Focus 3D printer printing using atoms to build whatever needed. Well, Leah, they're not going to manufacture on the sled, right? You're not going to manufacture on the sled. And if, you know, kids are writing Santa's wish lists, right, you're not just going to tee up that data, right? Can you imagine the data center at the North Pole? It's got to be ridiculous. And actually, that makes a lot more sense why they would have coal there, too. You have coal to supplement your power generation because you're gonna get on-demand spikes from when more data is collected from Santa's wish lists. When I was a kid, my parents told me Santa got his coal from the Newport News coal terminal. I mean, he probably buys some, probably aggregates some Lundprod for sure. But yeah, I mean, he's going to go where the coal is the cheapest, right? They have a lot of coal down there. I mean, cookies are probably enough, but I would supplement it with coal, because coal is cheap, and you only got to do it once a year. Is Santa's real name Sam Altman, then? No. Sam Altman wishes he could generate this much power, okay? He wishes he could do that. He wishes he could mine that much data. You freaking wish, dude. Even Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg has been trying to... Where do you think he got the idea, guys? Santa's data center collection? Think about that. Every single kid makes a wish for a present, right? And writes that. That's a lot of data. That's a lot of storage. I mean, don't get me wrong. You only got to store it for 12 months, and then you can, you know, get rid of it, and you reset. But also, you know, you get to this week in Christmas, right? You get to this week in Christmas, that's a lot of data being stored, man. That's a lot of wish lists. That's a lot. Mark Zuckerberg has been trying to emulate this type of data collection strategy for years. He can't he can't even come close to what Santa does. No way. Because once again, you got to remember, this data center isn't mining data from wish lists for children all freaking year. No kid writes a wish list for a Christmas present in March or February, right? or even July. This starts to happen, November, December. That's 2 months. So you're going to get a huge flux in power generation, which is, once again, why they use coal to supplement it. It makes sense, dude. He's been at it for thousands of years, way ahead with his tech. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Mark Zuckerberg wishes he could get data like that. You wish. You guys wish you were this good. Yeah, the Naughty Nice data collection. Can you imagine the spy? Yeah, that too. Yeah, you're supplementing that list as well. You got it. And then, dude, can you imagine the elves coding this software, dude? This software has to be airtight. I'm talking no bugs. Because you have to get your Naughty Nice list, and then you have to get your wish list, and you have to aggregate them against each other. Can you imagine that amount of data processing that happens up there? Oh my goodness. That's fascinating stuff. Dude, that code must be airtight, dude. Merry Christmas, see you last. What's up, Gil? So you don't think 3D printing on the sleigh would be viable? Interesting, as the Marines thought it might work on the battlefield a bit ago. I don't really see them doing it now, do you? You don't see them doing it, but, The North Pole is behind all of the algorithms that make us want certain things. I don't think so, Ewok. I think we handle the advertising. Santa doesn't need to advertise. It's like Tesla. Tesla doesn't advertise. Well, they kind of do nowadays, but Tesla didn't advertise for the longest time. There's no advertising department in the North Pole. You're not going to see a North Pole defense contractor, commercial during the Super Bowl. There's no need for that. We do that for him. That's a lot of presents, Clayton, just saying. That's why it's located at the North Pole. Free cooling for your data center square. Yeah, absolutely. Where else are you going to exchange the heat? Like, that's a lot of heat. Can you imagine the data center at the North Pole? That thing needs a ton of power. So it's like what I always say, guys. I don't believe that one power generation system is the best. Like, we shouldn't go all nuclear. We shouldn't be all coal. Hell no. Shouldn't be all oil. Shouldn't be all wind or solar. We need everything. You need supplemental. So the North Pole is probably nuclear powered, probably nuclear fusion, if I had to guess, given the tech for the sleigh. But you'd supplement it with coal to deal with the flux in power demand, to make sure the lights stay on. Because if the lights go off at the North Pole, you're screwed. I would have a buffer, always. Wonder if he gets any help from the NSA. Nah, the NSA has been trying to get his tech for years, dude. Santa advertises through strategic placement of likeness in advertisements. I think that we do that, Zeros. I don't think he pays for none of that. Yeah, why do you think... I mean, Goalie, why do you think the planet has natural cooling and heating cycles? The climate changes whether we're here or not, dudes. Like, if we weren't here, the climate would still be changing. But because there's more kids, it's going to get hotter faster. It makes perfect sense. They give the extra coal to the bad kids. That's what I'm saying, Bellum. That's why I think they're using coal, right? Not oil or anything. Because what, are you going to have a bottle of oil? You're going to give a bottle of oil to a child? Absolutely not. That's why coal, despite not having the highest energy density here, is the right move. This stream is like all those conspiracy theory streams, except factually correct. Yeah. That's what I mean. I'm not, this isn't a conspiracy. This happens every year, Vasi. It happens right in front of us all the time. Like, it happens every year, right? Like, where do the presents come from, dude? They gotta come from somewhere. How do they get there in 24 hours? Every single present. Clayton was saying in chat a second ago, it's 500 million presents. I estimated 3 billion. Just to be absolutely sure, that's a huge factor of safety because you can't screw this up, right? Like, this happens in front of us all the time. It's just like football. Like American football, there's a conspiracy that football is there to buy more food. It's the same idea. Don't good Italian kids get oil for Christmas? Oil? I don't need to get oil. I generate oil. Demo. Look at this. Look at this grease.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Look at this greasiness right here. I generate oil, dude. I wipe my face here. I freaking get oil all over. I'm freaking greasy. Greasy melon farmers, dude. Do you think he has mastered energy to matter conversion? He has to. He has to, Rockets. How do you think they manufacture all those presents? He's got to be using matter-antimatter replication. Like, it has to be something similar. You know, if you generate enough power, you can make anything into anything. With enough energy, you can turn goat piss into gasoline. Yeah, there you go, Creepshow. Hey, Crazy Brandon, 29-month resub. My monthly thank you for all you do. Happy holidays. Yeah, you as well, man. You as well. Sci-Fi Bradley, yippee-ki-yay, dude. Melon Farmer. And yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you know, Santa, like, that's the other thing you got to think about, guys. Coal, once again, with matter-antimatter replication, coal power generation makes no sense. But also at the same time, you're not, you know, what else are you going to give naughty kids? What else are you going to give naughty kids? You're not going to give them a vat of freaking oil. You're not going to give them a wind turbine. You're not going to give them a solar panel, all right? You're definitely not giving them the power to generate antimatter replication. Yeah, I wouldn't give a kid antimatter. What are you, crazy? No, it has to be coal. Coal is the one that makes the most sense for supplemental power generation. It's not the best, but it works. No, Ewok, they do the manufacturing on the North Pole. They're copies of the manufactured goods overseas, but they do the manufacturing at the North Pole. That's that. Why would they aggregate the wish list all the way up there? Cool, a very practical, safe gift. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Crazy Horse. The other thing is that the North Pole is a great centralized location. Most of humanity lives in the northern hemisphere. Most of them. That just makes more sense. Most of humanity lives in the northern hemisphere. Like, don't get me wrong, I know that people exist in the southern hemisphere. Australians, I'm looking at you. But also, you're going to want to put your base of operations average to where the most population is. And that's part of the reason why he hits Australia. Australia's one of the first places to have Christmas. That's why. It's Christmas morning over there. He's already been there right now, dudes. He's already been there. That's why he hits Australia first. It's in the southern hemisphere. He hit the furthest thing away first, and then everything else is easy. You get Australia done, then you can hit Japan, you can hit China, you can hit you get all that stuff done real fast. And that's a lot of population. But I mean, China's in the northern hemisphere mostly, but you get the idea. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Don't forget New Zealand. Oh, of course. Well, yeah, I actually would do New Zealand first. New Zealand, Australia, hit the southern hemisphere first, as best as you can. Yeah, Magnet, sure. He's over Victoria in the Seychelles. Yeah, okay. Asbestos? I wouldn't give children asbestos, Baz, to be honest with you. But, yeah, as best as you can. I guess it makes sense for people at the top are pushing for coal plants. Yeah, because coal is cheap. Coal is cheap because there's already a buyer, Demo. I'm just saying. It makes sense. Also, people may not like hearing this demo, but this is more my opinion. I think coal is great supplemental power. I don't think we should use it to generate all our power, but I don't think we should use any one particular thing to generate all our power because I think that's stupid. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Civilization depends on electrical power generation. Aggregating it into one thing permanently is not a good idea. That's not smart. We should be generating all kinds of power across the board. I'm just saying, like, space flight engineering has ruined how I think about these things. Freaking Demo, I'm getting engineering brain by osmosis, dude, and it's ridiculous. You just, yeah, it's gotten worse in the past couple of years. You just think about everything logically. Think about the goals. Think about what you're trying to do, and take off bits and pieces until you have a solution. It literally works with anything. Nuclear baseload natural gas for peak. Yeah, Deadbringer, they're probably using all the things, but once again, nuclear fusion would be much easier to fuel it up and keep it fueled for the high power demand that comes through December, right? Natural gas, you're going to need big buffer tanks, dude. Coal, you know, and natural gas, you're going to need to have climate control systems, et cetera, et cetera. That's more crap to deal with. That's more power demand. That's the other reason why I think they use coal. You could just store coal in aggregate storage. It's not a big deal. And burn it as you see fit for supplemental power generation. Once again, that's why naughty kids get coal. It's just the leftovers from the spike in power demand on Christmas Eve. Australia has all three, but it wants to rely on being windy 24/7, 365. You can't fix stupid, Dons. I always think it's funny how people think they can regulate against the laws of physics. I'm a politician. I made this law. You think you regulate the laws of physics? That's cute. Nope. Those are inalienable. You can't change those. You can't change those, man. Hey, Ernok, almost home. Oh, there you go. I don't know, man. Saying we should use coal in our grid still because all the eggs in one basket is kind of like saying we should have intercontinental piston prop planes because egg basket. Yeah, they both work, but maybe they should leave some things in the past. I mean, Demo, you also understand that coal is used in steel manufacturing. So you're going to have it. So what, are we going to stop making steel? You going to stop making carbonated steel? Nah, I'm not doing that. Just don't store the coal too densely or you end up with a bunker fire. Tessa, I don't think they do. I mean, once again, you're up at the North Pole. It's cold storage. You should be okay. And that's why, like I said, that's why elves make hazard pay, dude. The pension for an elf is amazing. You do 5 or 6 Christmases, you're good to go for life. You're set for life, baby. 5 or 6 Christmases, that's it. Because you get some hazard pay with that job. All right? Carbonated steel, like a soft drink. No. No, most steel is used. Carbonated steel is like most mild steels use coal for manufacture. It's iron and coal. Use the energy for the coal from the steel manufacturing. Are they extracting electrical energy on top of that process too? I'm not sure, dude. I'm sure someone's thought of this, though, Demo. There's no way no one's thought of this. A Bessemer reactor is how you make steel, if I'm remembering correctly. Hold on. The Bessemer process was the first inexpensive large-scale method for mass-producing steel from molten pig iron by blowing air through it to oxidize it and remove impurities. Yeah, it's a blast furnace. That's what a Bessemer is. I mean, dude, you could scavenge the waste heat from this. You're not going to get much back, but you could scavenge the waste heat. Remove impurities like carbon, silicon, and manganese. Revolutionizing industry by making strong, cheap steel widely available for railroads, construction, and machinery. Mentored by Henry Bessemer, patented in 1856, and independently discovered by William Kelly. This 20-minute process transformed the Industrial Revolution by enabling faster, more efficient infrastructure development and manufacturing. All I'm saying is leave the coal out of the steam turbine. Use something cleaner to turn the turbine, please. Demo, I'm sure older does. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Coal soot on the turbine is not fun. I'm pretty sure, well, more modern coal power plants just heat water, and they just use water on a loop, and steam goes through the turbines. I mean, to be honest, guys, steam going through the turbines is not great for them either. Steam will rust the turbine. That's why steam turbines need to be made with corrosion-resistant materials. Or, well, oxidation-resistant. You'd really want to make, like, your steam turbine blades for a power plant, like out of titanium or something. Something that's going to last. Because they will rust. Because you're flowing steam over them. Don't you ever take a day off? Yeah, Dan, I take every Saturday and Sunday off, dude. I've been taking way too much time off from the stream, but that's because of real life events, man. That's because of stuff that's kind of out of my control. Leave the coal out of the turbine plane entirely. We got so many other ways of doing it, hence the prop plane versus jet plane analogy. Demo, we are talking about Santa's supplemental power generation at the North Pole. Santa's supplemental power generation at the North Pole. Trying to give away Santa's secrets here, man? Be quiet. Can't give away the secret? Why doesn't he just put elves on hamster wheels then? Willy Wonka didn't use Oompa Loompas to generate power for his freaking candy factory. What are you, nuts? What the hell's the matter with you? Hey, G-Class, what's up? Harvest the methane off reindeer farts? You want to scavenge methane from reindeer? Talking about energy, have you seen this tweet? When they finally crack nuclear fusion, how will they convert that energy into electricity? Don't tell me it's just going to be boiling water again. Yeah, it's going to be boiling water again. Yo, are you really at a space center? No, Elliot, this is just a green screen. I'm a STEM streamer, dude. I teach people about spaceflight and engineering. That's what I do. I use video games to teach people engineering concepts. Think like Bill Nye, but playing a lot of video games. A lot more video games. I have a Santa hat on, though. Yeah, he gave it to me. How do you think I know so much about the process? I still think Rudolph is a Chernobyl deer. Reindeer are not native to that part of Ukraine. Goalie, what are you talking about? What, is he a deer? No, it doesn't, Maz. I don't have my... The desk is out of frame, which sucks, but...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So you're saying Santa's real? Yeah. Where do those presents come from, Hank? Where do you think those presents come from? The sky? Who told you to stop cutting? Hey, Chief. Just wanted to wish you, Brimo, and your family Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, buddy. Well, not for you yet. Or is it the same? It's the same for you, is it not? Or no, it's a little bit later. It's in a couple of weeks. Or is it? No, I don't remember. Absolutely the same. Okay.
Discovery,
It's Easter that's different, right? Yeah, I got you. Yanix. Merry Christmas, buddy. 25-month resub. Thank you. What are you talking about? The phone lines are over there. What are you talking about, buddy? The phone lines are over there. The phone lines are over there. Who told you to stop? I got 30 lines of cable here. Where do you think this is coming from? The sky? Hey, Captain Q, what's up? Merry Christmas to my favorite NSF host. I hope you have a good one. Thanks, Captain. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Orthodox Christmas is January 7th. I was going to say, it's in 2 weeks. Yeah, there you go, Vasia. Yeah. It's in the North Pole. It's cold fusion. I agree, Andrew. With supplemental coal power generation. Should I get a 6-pound jar of pasta sauce for this white elephant? Dude, just get like a wine glass or something. Pasta? You're gonna white elephant food? No. No, don't do that. Don't white elephant food. Especially something with a shelf life. Don't do that, bro. No, don't do that. How do they move steam with cold fusion? They got to heat the water. Yeah. It's supposed to be consumable? What the hell kind of white elephant are you doing? The NSF Yule log stream starts soon. We'll be having that on while everybody's over for Christmas. All right. The theme is consumable. Oh, all right, then yeah, do it. Dude, in that food section, Shaw, you should go see if there's like stroopwafels or something. They usually have stroopwafels. They have all kinds of good stuff. Donner is to give in German. So, Gießen, the reindeer's name is Giver? Huh. That is weird. Sorry for a bit of delay. No, whatever. That's fine. Yeah, no. Sauce is fine. The first one, all systems. It's plenty of good stuff like that, but I think pasta sauce is so out of pocket and hilarious. All right. Yes, bring pasta sauce to this consumable white elephant. Bro, a consumable... Dude, that's strange. Shaw, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a jerk. That's strange, dude. Consumable white elephant is weird. That's weird. Like... That's like as messed up as sending somebody a fruitcake. You don't send fruitcakes to people that you like, okay? Because what the frick are you going to do with a fruitcake? Right? What, are you going to eat the whole cake you're going to eat the whole cake in a freaking week? Because if you don't, then it goes bad, and then you have a nice science experiment in your fridge. All right? I like fruitcake. This isn't about liking or not liking fruitcake. Did you get my fruitcake? No, I didn't. To throw it in the trash. You freeze it and use it as a hammer. What do you do with a fruitcake? No wrong answers. And then things don't go bad. So much sugar they preserve for months. I'm not eating month-old fruitcake, man. Yeah, Enco. Well, I won't be getting the gear vendor's service this trip. Airlines don't like transmissions in your luggage. Where is it then, Ernok? Oh, it is. Yeah, my aunt's weird. No one's too excited about it. Okay. Why would anyone leave fruitcakes in the fridge for a week? I don't know, man. Just, you don't... That's just weird, dude. You don't... Who sends somebody a fruitcake as a gift? That's just strange, dude. That's abnormal. You turn it into ice cream using cream and LM2. LN2. What? Did you see the Booster 19 photo? Oh, yeah, Trey. Oh, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Car Toys, 120 months. Merry Christmas. You too, buddy. I'm excited to see the reaction of whoever gets a 6-pound jar of pasta sauce. All right. Okay. It's tucked away safely in the hold of your semi-truck. Oh, okay. I mean, I am the odd person with this. I will eat a whole fruitcake in one sitting. No, if anything, that's what you should be doing, animal. That's fine. Once again, the whole topic of discussion isn't whether you like or not like fruitcake. It's you don't give fruitcakes to people that you like. Okay, that's the topic of discussion. Right, but we've hashed that out enough. Yeah, there you go, Bob. Mm-hmm. Leave the fruitcake for Santa as a power boost. Fruitcakes will carry a lot of energy, Renee. That's a good idea. That's why people give people fruitcakes on Christmas. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Santa has delivered 2.6 billion gifts. Shogun, I estimated in my original calculations for the amount of gifts that Santa probably goes through, how many houses celebrate Christmas, average child per household, right? And then a little bit of a factor of safety on top of that. I would say that Santa probably has to deliver probably somewhere in the ballpark, taking into account factor of safety, probably 6 billion. If I had to guess, 6 billion gifts. 2 gifts per child, 2 childs per household, 3 billion households. See what I'm saying? It's a lot. Actually, it's more than 6 billion. I always give a fruitcake as a gift. Now, I always get a fruitcake as a gift. Now I know why. With or without rum. I wouldn't give something with rum in it to somebody that I appreciate. Yeah, exactly, Crown. It's got to be 12 billion just taking into account factor of safety here. Because, some households might have more kids. Some households might have 1 kid. Some might have none, Is it snowing up there? It was flurrying when I went outside. I'll check. Dudes, White Christmas. All right. Yeah, we got about an inch of snow outside. Holy cow, freaking White Christmas. That's cool. This is the one time. Today and tomorrow are 2 times, I guess, because it's 2 days. Those are the only times I am cool with snow. It can snow as much as it needs to over the next 2 days. That's fine. White Christmas, dude. That's awesome. Paul, shut the hell up, man. Be quiet, dude. That's not what I'm talking about. Also, 1914 Christmas truce. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I'm so happy. It was flurrying when I came out to work today.
Discovery, go at throttle
Hey,
up.
Bandit, 84-month resub. Yeah, the Canadians just sent us some of their water, and it's falling from the sky, but it's frozen. It's 60 in Northern Virginia, no snow for us. Demo, you've been back in the Northeast since Saturday, and the whole time I've been thinking, damn, girl, you live like this? Yeah. Yeah. Tariff this! I mean, do we? I don't think we tariff snow, but also, yeah, it's all right. Tariff this. The strange white powder. You want to see? You want to see? I'll show you. Here, let me get some. Look at it. Look at it. Chat, look at it. I have it contained inside of this special Canadian water storage device. Hmm. Look at it. Read it and weep, fools. This damn Canadian water. Eat it? It's not yellow. I'm good. It's not yellow. We're good. I wish I had a white Christmas. It's just raining here, but our Christmas Eve dinner appetite will be no less. Yeah, Chief, there you go. It was in the air. Ew. Yeah, I saw that movie. You saw this in a Scarface movie once? I mean, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goalie, I don't know nothing about nothing, but I'm pretty sure that in Scarface, that wasn't snow. He was skiing, though. Hey, Patos, Merry Christmas. Now, that's what I call some high-quality H2O. Is this you? No. Yeah, that is me, yeah. Central American snow. Yeah, it's from the Andes. Yeah, Chief, I saw it, yeah. My appetite ain't going anywhere. Racing GTA this Friday? I was waiting for the stream last week. Envy, I had some stuff go down last Thursday and Friday that, was a little bit out of my control. But yes, I would like to on Friday. I should be here on Friday, and I would love to play GTA with you guys. We'll just go and we'll do racing. You're talking about projects earlier. I think you should make a barbecue grill. Oh. Merry Christmas, dude. Hey, Matt. Thanks for all the streams. Hope for a happy new year for everybody. Yeah. Cool. Online or 5M? I wanted to do online, all systems. Just let's see how many people we can get into the playlists. I wanted to do it. I wanted to see. Online, freak, I'll have to update it. I would like to. Actually, that reminds me, I should probably do that too. For the grill, you still have that turbo and garage heater still laying around. Yeah, of course. You want to make a turbo queue, like Colin Furze style? I should ask Arpo. I don't think Racing Pro wants to play online. He said it's dead to him. Whoa! Somebody gifted 10 subs. Thanks, guys. All right. Brandon, I gotta head out. Gotta have lasagna at your grandparents tonight. All right, man. I hope you have a good Christmas. I'll see you on Friday. Matt, Merry Christmas. Thanks, man. Yeah. An anonymous gifter. Thanks, dudes. Did it snow? Yeah, man. We're going to have a white Christmas. That's really cool. We haven't had one in a little while. I mean, it's not a lot of snow, but...
Discovery, go at throttle
Holy
up.
Henchman, 24-month resub. Thanks, man. Merry Christmas, Darth. Darth. What would I need to be a minimum competitive in GT Online? Go through missions? Dude, yeah, crank out some of the missions, dude. You need to get all systems, it's the upgrades for the cars. That's the most important part. So, like, get a car and bring it into the modifications of the mod shop, Los Santos Customs or whatever. Bring it in there and look at what you need to do to get all the upgrades. The engine upgrades and the turbo upgrades are the big ones. Yeah, Legacy, I think, Geeson, yeah. Does Titan like snow? Actually, no, not really. Cool. Yeah, it's the car upgrades that are the really important ones. The turbocharger upgrade, the transmission upgrade, and the engine upgrade. Those are the big ones. Everything else is just cosmetic. But that might be a lot, all systems. I don't think you're going to get it. We're going to get it done in time. That's why we play 5M, so people don't have to grind out freaking that crap. What's your favorite car in GTA? Yours is the Sabre. I like the Dukes. Hey, Flagging Mary Chrysler. Yep. Just got done adding a USB-C to your Razer Black Shark headset. I soldered wires to the original micro USB port and routed the wires to the aux port. Nice. Cool. You heard it here. GPS3 SV09 has been moved from Vulcan to Falcon 9. Something sus is happening in the background. Baron, if I had to guess, the con ops for using a twin rocket single pad architecture is coming back to bite them. ULA should have bought another pad for Vulcan. There, I said it. Jester Classic. Is that a Supra? Merry Christmas, Cryo. You know what, dudes? Let's go out into the shop. Let's go out and hang out there for a little while. That's what I said I would do. I'm going to go out in the shop. I'll be right back 1 second. Hello? Hello? Here, let me just get the chats popped out and on the big screen right here. Makes it easier to read when it's on the bigger screen. Give me 1 second, YouTube. I'm getting your chat up here. Audio 5x5. Cool. The wheelhouse is just clamped in right now, Flecken. Yeah. I don't want to put it in until I get the quarter panel. I don't want to hang anything there. And it's just like with the trunk. You don't want to go putting your frame rails in place without the trunk. All right, guys. I just got to take a whiz real quick. I'll be right back. I'm not doing that with a microphone on. We're going to go make some yellow snow. I'll be right back. Guys, we have made yellow snow. It's official. We've made yellow snow on Christmas Eve. Did you get Ewok's gift in the mail? Huh? The joys of home ownership. That's right. Here, I'm gonna get some water. It's cold water time again. Burnout, you know it always wins. Got to take some ibuprofen. I stayed up way too late playing Battlefield last night. That was, but you know, whatever. We did it for Vince. Do it for Vince, and be like the Biff. You know how it is. Ah, that's the stuff. How's Titan doing? Yeah, somebody asked a little bit earlier. I missed it. Titan is fine, guys. We're still taking it easy with him, but he's gotten all of his treatment. Now we're kind of just waiting. We got to wait until his next appointment, which is in January, and they'll go test him for heartworms again. And then if it comes back negative, then we're good. If only EJ knew a truckie that could get his quarter panels delivered. I mean, Paul, I could always go get them, dude. I actually weighed the cost of doing that. To be honest, I weighed it in my head. So here's the thing. The quarter panel manufacturer that I buy from is in Gainesville, Georgia. It's Auto Metal Direct. I call it Auto Metal Direct because if I called it AMD like everybody else, this is a tech crowd here, you guys would get very confused, right? How far are they away? Gainesville, Georgia. Melbourne to the Sunshine Coast. About that far. Pretty far, dude. It's a little ways away. Did you write your name in the snow? No, I made an infinity symbol if you really want to know. Yeah, there's also a mountain range in the way, Paul. So I would say that's probably a 16-hour drive, something like that. It's probably like 1,700 kilometers, something like that, somewhere in there. It's a long way away. So the freight charge is about $1,000. Well, it's not $1,000. It's yeah. That's the closest manufacturer. The other manufacturer that is Classic Industries. Classic Industries is in Huntington Beach, California. That's 3,000 miles away. So that's about 5,000 Ks. It's a long way, dude. That's Route 154 just to get quarter panels. So I'd probably go to the ones in Georgia. The thing is, the one in Georgia, are the highest quality stuff. The Auto Metal Direct stuff is the best. That's the best stamping. And those are the most expensive. So, like, here's the thing. The ones that are closer are more expensive. And their freight charge is not that much, but because they're more expensive than the quarter panels in California, the cost basically pushes if I get them shipped via freight. No matter if it's coming, the cheaper ones are in California. No matter if it's coming from there or there, the cost is about the same. Cheaper ones in California, you get hit with a freight cost across the entire damn country. The ones that are more expensive but better quality are closer. They're about a third of the distance, right? But those ones don't have a high freight charge, but they're more expensive. So I teed this up in my head, like, okay, what's the best way to do this then? Like, driving to Gainesville, Georgia is probably the cheapest way to do it. You're going to get boned on gas, though, right? And that takes time. But that would be fun content to go and pick them up. That'd be pretty cool. Blue can do the Georgia run if you want. Just wash her up when you're done. Ernock, I don't... We'd have to full radiator flush that thing, dude. And honestly, the right thing to do would be to tank the block because there's rust in there, dude. But, yeah, I mean, if you want to come out and drive with me, dude, we could do that. It's not like we're towing anything. Right? But yeah, either way, like, the quarter panels, if I went and picked them up without the freight shipping charge, the quarter panels in California would be about $500, but they're 3 times the distance away. The quarter panels that are from AMD in Georgia, those are $500 a pop. So it'd be 500 compared to 1,000, but they're closer. And you wouldn't have to, the freight charge is pretty much incorporated into the cost already. Fly to Georgia, find a project truck, drive it back with parts in the bed. Brimo would kill me if I did that. I have enough trucks. I have enough project cars. I'm well in the clear for right now. We have 9 cars here, Maslin. I have 9 cars on my property. That's, I mean, granted, some of them aren't mine, but yeah, we got enough. Drive down and stop in Knoxville. We can show you the lab. All right. 9, you're just getting started. Oh, jeez. Sean, happy holidays. I appreciate your existence. Thanks, man. I appreciate you guys watching. Thank you very much. I hope you have a good Christmas. Or Chinese food day. Whatever. Whatever. It's all good. I hear there's a package in the mailbox for you that you should open up on stream. You guys gonna do this to me right now? I don't know. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll drive down there. Maybe go on a little bit of a road trip. I have the live streaming stuff. The car rig stuff is right there, and all of it is being used to auto stream right now. All the different cameras that we used for that. That's what I use for the different cams. Like, I'm off Friday till next Tuesday. I could have it up to you by Saturday morning. Goalie, if we were doing that, I would fly down and drive with you if we were going to do that. Buy Brimo a project car. Geeson, that's coming. This stuff takes time. You got to have patience, my son. If you decided to drive to Georgia, you can get the transfer case for the F-250 for basically free. You don't want it. Oh, please do another road trip stream. Guys, if I was going to do that, if we were going to drive down to Gainesville and we were, okay, so 2 things. This is not scope creep. 1, if we were going to drive down to Gainesville, I would just drive to Florida too, because I'm not going to not get near Florida and not drive to the Cape. It's not that much further. It's probably 4 or 5 hours further. Second of all, if we were going to do that, I would need a long box. You need a pickup truck with a long bed. I have 2 trucks with long beds. We have Bluefus and we have Tough, the 97. Now, Or not, blue is, I'm not sure if it'll make it that far. Just because of the radiator, I'm not sure. It probably would be fine. We really should flush that radiator again because the water pump moves all the crap out of the engine and it gets stuck in the radiator. We'd need to flush it probably 4 or 5 more times, which blows, but we'd have to do that. There's still poo-poo in the radiator. So we could do that. That would work. That'd be fine. The other thing that we could do, because it's got the long box, I can put the quarter panels in there. That's not a big deal. At least I think I can. Here, let me measure. The quarter panel would go from here to about, oh yeah, they would fit easily. They would easily fit. Okay, cool. They're 7 feet long. They'd fit in an 8-foot box. That's no problem. Try 7 to 9 hours from Gainesville to the Cape. Oy. Yeah, maybe not. Let's go. I got a different truck. I mean, Goalie, if you want to do it, we'll talk. But I can't do it next week. I'm going to be in Michigan. But I'll bring all the streaming stuff. That's actually, I mean, we could do it, dudes. It's not a bad idea. 540 miles from Gainesville is kind of northern Georgia, isn't it? Bree, you're leaving again. Okay, bye. Michigan, we're walking the 8-mile road. I would not walk down 8 Mile in Michigan, Alucard. That's not a good idea. The road trip was super fun to watch. Yeah, guys. And so the other thing is, dudes, if we're going to do that, I'm going to go on a shopping spree because what makes buying the parts for this so freaking expensive is that they have to be delivered on a semi. You're not putting a 7-foot long quarter panel inside of a UPS truck. That's they incur freight charges. So if we're going to do it, we'd go and buy pretty much everything that we need. I'd have to budget that out. I'd have to budget out how much all those parts are going to cost, and then we'd have to budget out how much gas it's going to cost. Now, don't get me wrong, we could write it all off. That's not a big deal, but you can't write off what you don't have. So I got to build up some funds before we do this. No, I'm not asking. I want to give you guys good content, and I want to get paid for it so I can give you better content. That's how this works. Okay? Room for a 7-foot Starship? Maybe. Like, I work in Morocco. We got 8 feet of snow this week. How in the heck did the snow follow you all the way to Africa? It snowed in Morocco, Blake? It snows there? Oh, jeez. Yeah. It's, Alucard, that part of Detroit is... Yeah, a little messy. Oh, there are a lot of really nice parts of Detroit, though, too. Like around the factories and stuff, usually pretty nice. Actually, not near the factories. There's neighborhoods. Like, Detroit is like hit or miss, dude. I mean, and here's the thing. Like, Detroit nowadays, dudes, just on a quick side note, mostly safe. Like, there's some parts you really don't want to hang around. But you're not... Like, you can drive down a random intersection and not have to worry about getting capped. Like, it's pretty safe. It's not bad. And those are Brimo's words, not mine. She grew up there, so. Atlas Mountains, it snows all the time. I lived there for 6 years. Really? But yeah, Alucard, I wouldn't walk 8 Mile. 7 Mile, though. 7 miles, fine. 9 miles, 10 miles is fine.
This is space.
10 miles,
I'm in space.
You could walk around there. That ain't no problem. Paul gifted 5. Thanks, man. No, exactly, Goalie. It's gotten a lot better in the last 10 years, dude. A lot better. Like, it's really not that bad.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Just wouldn't go.
What did one gingerbread
For the
man
road
say
trip.
to the other when he
Thanks, man.
hurt his leg?
Yeah.
Did
I
you
gotta
try
build up
icing
some
it?
cash, dude, but yeah, if we build up cash to buy all the parts, I need quarters. rockers, floorboard, transmission cross member. If we do that, yeah, and we road trip it, that's not a bad idea, so we get around that damn freight charge, you know? I can't hear text-to-speech. No, it's just delayed, dude, so you don't get the double alerter. Goose tip $10. What did one gingerbread man say to the other when he hurt his leg? Did you try icing it? That's Geeson's way of contributing to the project. Okay. Oh, Fly, can you send me a marketplace link? What is this? Oh no, not this again. What do we got? I say not this again because I got to look at it now. The guy wants $7,500 for a 72 F350 stake bed that is in decent condition. $7,500 for a 72 F350. Times changed, brother. Jeepers creepers. Here, I'll turn the alerter on. It might show up twice on the screen, though, dudes. It's probably twice what it sold for new. That's what I'm saying, man. A 72 F350 is appreciating in price. Oh, my God. All right, whatever. I know what I have, no low ballers. To be fair, a guy says you could drive it home, so, yeah. It's probably in pretty decent condition, but. What's a stake bed? It's the flat bed with the wood stakes on it. It's just a flat bed, dude. You should hear it run. It actually sounds not bad. That's fine, dude, but that's a $5,000 truck. I'm sorry. It's a $5,000. Heck, dude, it's a $4,000 truck. COVID inflated the prices on classic vehicles, and nobody wants to admit that these vehicles are all very overpriced. Are you going to keep this car? This one, Ken's? Yeah, probably. I don't know. If somebody likes it and they're willing to give me, cash for more money than I'm into it, maybe. But dude, I don't want to. If I do everything that I want to do with this car, I want to enjoy it, man. I want to drive it. This is going to be a fun freaking car to drive. This car should be good for road tripping. It should be good for it. I'm also building this with the expectation that this car will go down the road, get 25, 30 miles to the gallon, right? And you can drive it for long periods of time. Nice, Selfish. Sounds cheap to us, but it's in the UK. Couchy, dude, okay. Let's go back 10 years ago. 10 years ago, that 72 F350 in running and driving condition is worth $1,500. $2,000 on a good day. I'm serious. In 2015, yeah, that's how much that would have cost. You've been away, Rex? You haven't seen this project? This is a 69 Coronet. The project is the Crew Cab Charger. The reason why I call it a Crew Cab Charger is because the Charger and the Coronet are pretty much the same car in the 60s, in the late 60s. They're the same thing, only this one has 4 doors. So it's a crew cab. But the underpinnings are all the same as a Charger. So, Crew Cab Charger. We're gonna make it fast. Now we're talking streamer worker donation cash put in or original cash you put in. What? 69, yeah, very nice. an early 2000s Ford Ranger can cost over 5 G's. When I was in high school, you could buy a Ranger for 500 bucks. Running and driving in perfect condition. 500 bucks. That's the difference, Couchy. Yeah. You see a 71 Mach 1 over here for 8,700 pounds. Does it have the original engine in it? It's total cost involved, goalie. So how much basically the price of the car and then how much I'm in with the car already. I'm probably at this point about 6,000 in, somewhere in there. I'd have to go look. Just like the midsize LTDs of the 80s, 4-door Mustangs. Yep, this is a crew cab. Yep. Hey, Sean, what's going on? Everyone needs a crew cab Charger. Yeah. Goalie, I'm not sure I would want to get rid of this. Oop, I knocked over my helmet. I'm not sure I would want to get rid of this thing, man, after I'm done. I'll build another one, though. Sure. Could build another one. It probably wouldn't take as long. But, yeah, they're cool cars, man. I don't give once again, I don't care if it has 4 doors. That doesn't bother me. This thing with the 5.7 up in front with eagle heads and a nice cam and the Torque Flight 8 behind it, the 8-speed. I don't know what we're going to do for the rear end. That 8 1/4 probably isn't going to be happy with that much power going through it. But this thing's going to be a freaking cruiser and a half, dude. Like, you'll be able to go wherever with this thing when I'm done. It'll be a really freaking nice car. No, somebody else flagging. A Dana 44 373. That 373 is too tall for what I'm trying to do here, man. Oh, actually, you know what? It's not. Now that I just thought about that, or too short of a gear. That's a 370s would probably be what I want to end up with, dude. Even a 320 would be fine because remember, we've got an 8-speed transmission. You don't need a short gear in the back with an 8-speed, dude. Like, unless we're like, once again, it ain't a dragster. I have a friend down here who makes stupid power out of a 5.7. Yeah, Sean, once again, right outside the garage, I have a 04 Dodge Ram that I got for 200 bucks because it's junk. My neighbor gave it to me for a good price. Yeah, the truck is complete as far as I can tell, dude. So what I want to do is just kit bash as much as I can out of that Ram in here, but we're not going to do that with the transmission. I think that thing has like a 47 RE in it or something. 5-speed automatic with overdrive with a transfer case. That's not going to do us any good in this. So, but the 5.7 though, it's pre-multi-displacement system, so it's pre-MDS, so we don't have to worry about the lifters. Not that that's going to matter because we're going to build it out anyway, but yeah, with the 8-speed Hellfish, like 350 is probably, yeah, 355s is probably good. That's what I'd really want. 355s with a limited slip. That would make this thing real good, man. And then eventually, like way down the road, dude, we get the 4-link kit for the back. This thing will be excellent. Hey, Sea Kraken, what's going on? Yeah, this is just a chill stream, dude. I'm just hanging out with you guys. That's all. We're just chilling. We're not just chilling, enjoying. It's like a Christmas party. So yeah, Sean, I'm thinking with that 5.7, you know, eagle heads, not hard to find. Shouldn't be too expensive. Get some eagle heads, get a cam for it. Probably a little bit better injectors. That's about it. That's all. With overdrive automatics. But yeah, Hellfish, I mean, with the 8R, what is it, an 8 HP 70? I don't know if we need that. But yeah, I'm aiming for this car to have about 400 horse. 400 is fine. You go above 400 horse with this chassis, you're going to need to reinforce it a lot more. 500 horse, 600 horse, it'll start bending the damn thing. Had a 355 when my Mustang was stock, went to a 373 when I T56 swapped it and supercharged it. Yeah, Stoner, that's a good idea. Literally just find a Copart 2014 Challenger Charger 300 and drop in the 5.7 ZF combo. I mean, I already have the Ram, dude. I already have the Ram out there. I already bought it. kind of past that point, dude. You just got to go find the transmission. I mean, maybe if the transmission and engine combination is there for a good price, I will. But I'm still going to harvest that 5.7 out of there. Well, if like in the Torque Flight 8, the 8-speed transmission that they put in Chargers and Challengers now, or they did, and they put them in trucks too, that 8-speed is, people have standalone transmission controllers for it nowadays, dude. And the standalone controllers, you can make it run like a manual. Not like, you know, the stupid paddles. Like you can get a sequential shifter and just bang shift the damn thing if you really want to. So, yeah, that transmission that I want to put in this thing, what is it, an 8HP70 or 8R70, something like that? You can do that, yeah. Or I could do flappy paddles, but I'm not disgracing this dashboard by putting flappy paddles on that steering column, guys. I'm not doing that. I want the interior of this car to look stock. That does propose a little bit of an engineering challenge, but that's going to be fun. That's going to be cool to do. Think about it. Wiring in all the modern components under there, splicing together the harnesses. That sounds like fun for me. That doesn't seem like fun for a lot of people, but I like that kind of stuff. That's cool. We're gonna kit bash the damn thing. Yeah, Seacracken, how cool would it be to have those stock dials working with a modern harness? You can make it work. It's just a 12-volt system, dude. It's very basic logic. All the systems on this car are very, very, very simple. The most complicated one is probably the ignition system, and that's about it. Dude, how about we, you know, what would be cool is if we got the stock speedometer working. You got it working with the electronic transmission. Because this transmission has a gear drive, and the gear is going through a flexi cable, and the flexi cable is turning a thing in the speedometer. How cool would it be if, so a modern transmission uses an electrical signal. What if we figured out a way, like with a Raspberry Pi or an Arduino or whatever, a microcontroller, right, to interpolate the signal, the speed sensor signal from the transmission, and have it turn like a motor that's on the back side of the dashboard mounted to the original dash, right? And you could extrapolate, you could get the signal and have it translate into power going to the motor for differential RPM, so your speedometer would work. That's the kind of stuff I want to do. You know, we could 3D print brackets to mount that motor on the back, and then we just got to figure out a way to translate the signal from, you know, a pulsed oscillation to revolutions per minute with a motor. That shouldn't be too hard. That's not bad at all. We could do that. We can make our own microcontrollers. How cool would that be, dude? That's the kind of stuff I want to do. Paddles are on the steering wheel. No column or dash mods needed. Just saying all the electronics, everything you need is there. Yeah, it probably would have been better to do that, Sean, but I'm trying to keep this relatively low buck, and I already have the damn truck out there, dude, so. Just use a step motor attached to the dial. You would need to get the speed signal and convert it to the steps. There you go, dude. Yeah, like that's the kind of cool stuff that I want to do. I want my goal, like I have very, very specific stakeholder expectations for this project. When you look at the outside of the car, there's two things that would throw you off that this might not be a stock vehicle. One is the wheel tub. We've already been over that. The wheel tub is a two-door. It's a two-door wheel tub, and it gets very close to the rear door. The stock one doesn't do that. The stock wheel tub is down here somewhere. Like this one pinches right there. I don't give a frick about that. That's fine. It doesn't look bad at all. It looks okay. Here, like if you look at it with the door shut. No one's going to notice that unless you really like Mopars a lot. So it's going to have a little bit of a weird line right there, but whatever. That's fine. That and the rims are the only thing that are going to give this away. And even the rims are going to be, they're going to be wider tire versions of they're just a bigger version of the one that came from the factory. How about the fake wood vinyl? The dashboard has wood trim on it, dude. I'm keeping that, sure. And then what I was actually thinking about doing, guys, is, so this is a bench seat car, meaning you have 2 bench seats front and rear. What I was thinking about is the other thing is I don't want to cut up the dash too much. Like, I don't mind rewiring it because that's all undoable, but I don't want to go cutting up the dash. The only thing I would want to cut that dash up for is to make it an AC car. In which case we might want to find another dash, but that's another story. I haven't gotten that far. I don't want to like cut an insert in the dash to put like a little monitor, because if we're gonna have, you know, a modern ECU and a modern standalone transmission controller, right? I don't want to go cutting up and put LED screens all in the dash, because that doesn't look right. People will go in there and be like, all right, I want the dash to look stock. So what I was thinking is we convert the front seats to bucket seats. They make them. That's not a big deal. You just go buy the buckets. They'll bolt in. The brackets are already there. And the brackets are there for the center console as well. I don't know why they didn't put a center console in this car. They probably just put the brackets on there and whatever. So if we get a center console for this car, right? You don't have to go putzing around with the shifter or anything, right? The center console would have a spot for a floor shifter. And what we do is we put a blank on that floor shifter where the floor shifter should be on the center console, and we make it a flip-up thing that has all the screens. So somebody would look at it in there and they'd be like, there's no shifter there. The shifter's on the column. Oh, all right, it's just, maybe you wanted a center console, which is not something that came from the factory. There's no column shifter with a center console that came from the factory from Mopar. But once again, you can buy the center consoles, you can buy the bucket seats. So in the spot where the shifter should be, we 3D print out a little bracket, and the bracket will fold up and it'll have your transmission controller screen and your engine controller screen diagnostics right there. You don't necessarily need those on. You just flip it down when the car is parked, flip it up when the car is going. They do make the center console. Yeah, you can get them from Classic Industries. Yeah, and Sean, either we modify this dash to, because this isn't a factory AC car, I want air conditioning. If you're going to take this thing on long trips, dude, believe me, we've done long road trips with no air conditioning. That wasn't fun at all. I thought it was like putting a hairdryer on the hottest setting in your face for like 6 hours straight. It was not fun. Yes, we have. No, it wasn't. Yes, exactly. So I want this thing to have air conditioning. So if they make vintage air kits too. The vintage air kit will fit. Got plenty of space. Cruise control? With the modern systems, dude, we should be able to put cruise control in it. Yeah, I'd have to find a place to put all the buttons, zeros. And once again, I don't want to put it on the wheel and I don't want to put it on the dash. So maybe we cut an insert on the center console with a trim piece to put the cruise control like down on the center console. Is this about the era for the console? Let me see. That's the HVAC things. They make them. The HVAC systems for this is actually up on the dash. Here, you know what? I'll just turn the camera and show you guys the damn dashboard. How about we just take this, move this camera down like this, move this camera up like this, and put the stupid tripod in the car so you guys can see it. That's probably not a stupid thing to do.
Now, I'm also using the floorboards to store parts right now, so just ignore the big crate that's in there. But yeah, now you can really backseat drive. Yeah. Maybe I should take the crate out. Hold on. Let me move my paint booth, cardboard box, paint booth. There we go. Rusty, yeah, there's some holes in the floor. We are going to need to address that. But yeah, so I would like to put the center console in. If you guys see at the bottom right there, there's that bracket on the transmission tunnel for there's the bracket on the trans tunnel for the center console. It's right here. And yes, I know it's rusty. No, I'm not reusing these seat belts. Don't worry about that. So here's the dash. Once again, it's just a little dusty, but it's okay. The dash is in good condition except for the crack up here and a couple cracks on the wheel. But yeah, other than that, it's mint. That's the original radio. The HVAC system is up here. Yeah, we can make that all work. We'd need to replace it because this has no AC, so it's just heater and defroster. Your fan control speed is over there. And it did work at one point. I doubt it works anymore, but so there's some stuff we can remove. This thing down here is the manual choke. We don't need that. We could do something with the ashtray. What I like to do is put an inverter in there, in the ashtray. Get rid of the cigarette lighter, or we could fix the cigarette lighter. And put run another circuit up there for USB. So if you want to charge your phone, just bring this down. Instead of your ashtray, you have a phone charger right there. Now, with the center console here, there would be room for a floor shifter right here. That's where I'd want the screens to flip up, and they'd be basically right here. It would basically like flip up to about here. And then, you know, when you're driving, you can see all the diagnostics, and also you have a center console to put things. But yeah, the other thing is that this is the B-Body Chryslers came with two kinds of dashboards, dudes. This is the standard one, and then there's the Rally Dash. The Rally Dash has all different circular gauges on it. This one doesn't have that, but you could get a factory tack from Mopar, a factory tachometer, like my summer car style. You could get a factory tack that fits where the clock should go, just like my summer car. Same idea. And they do make those. And I would love to take that, put the tack in there, and have it, you know, splice it with the modern harness. Hey, we can see again. Oh, it conked out, huh? No! Yeah, anyway, where the clock is, on the far right side of the driver's side, next to the radio. I dropped that camera. That's the problem, dudes. I dropped the stupid thing when we were putting the trunk pan in, and now that thing doesn't like doing that anymore. Now, sometimes it zonks out. I apologize. Anyway, there's spots for the center console down at the bottom. If you see that bracket right there. The ashtray is that rusty thing in the center. And yeah, I'd want the screens to flip up right below the ashtray. Last for cruise control. That's a big hole. Whatever, we can fix it. For A-bodies only, what is this? Yeah, there was two types of dashes with this thing. That's the standard dash, and the Rally Dash has all the gauges. Oh. I'll find a way to splice modern cruise control into this thing, Hellfish. I'll probably use the cruise control from the Dodge, from the Ram, or something else. I don't know. Yeah, Trix. Yeah, it's leg cooling. Damn, son, where'd you find this? Craigslist. You can find anything on there. But yeah, that's the dash. I would, if you see the bracket right there, right in front of the dryer lint sheet to keep the mouses out. Yeah, I'd put the center console in, and then where the mouse, where the dryer sheet is up there, that's here. I'm gonna do the. I'll just do what I did a second ago. We'll do it from this side so I can see the damn cameras. So the center console will go basically right here, right, and then where the shifter should be is right here. We can, in the blank spot for the shifter, we could make it flip up, but I want to make it clear this because I want in the ashtray. Cigarette lighter still worked when we brought this car in here. The ashtray, I'll put a phone charger in, so you can bring this down and you can charge your phone. I'll wire a USB-C hub in there, and so you could charge your phone and stuff. But when this thing flips up, I want to basically make it so it clears. So we could have it flip up, so you could have your engine controller here and your transmission controller right there. And then we run the wires through the center console back up into the dash. The center console will have a, it has a center console, and then we'd need bucket seats, but there's already brackets for that in this thing. And yeah, then this thing will be sick, dude. The glove compartment's over here. I was thinking about putting stuff in the glove compartment, but I don't want to drive the car around with this thing open. That's just weird. Yeah, that's where the fuse box is too on Mopars. The fuse box is in the glove compartment. We'll probably change that. I'll probably redo that. I don't like the fuse box over there. That's weird. So where will the nitrous go? I don't think we're going to need nitrous when we're done with this thing, dude. You know what? I'll roll down the windows. It'll make it easier to point out things. What a lot of people do is they keep the factory radio up there. I don't know if that factory radio works, dudes. It worked when I first bought the car, but it's probably toast. We could try to take it apart and fix it. Or we could take apart that it's called the Chrysler solid state. We could take that radio apart and put, we could just splice it with a head unit and make it work so it looks stock. But I think you can buy those too. But it'd be cooler to do it ourselves. Other people just put the radio in the glove compartment and just keep that to make it look nice. But I don't want the dash to not be functional. Like, I don't want to have another head unit in here and have that one not do anything. That's wasted space on the dash, but we also got to make it look stock, But yeah, the factory tack should go where that clock is. That clock never worked. It didn't work. It hasn't worked since I got the damn thing. And then we're going to need a new dash pad. That one's cracked. But yeah, this thing will be sick, dude. It'll be sick. Yeah. And then the vintage air system should tuck up in behind the dash right there. So I ain't too worried about that. Not that this car doesn't have legroom. You have legroom for days. It's a freaking huge car. But yes, this should be nice. And then, guys, the other thing is that I'm worried with that 8-speed that we might need to clearance the trans tunnel. I don't think it's going to fit in here. Which, yeah, I don't know, man. And if it doesn't fit, it might be hard to put the center console in. But yeah, I mean, something to think about, I suppose. How much distance between the consoles and the windshield? What do you mean? Does it have heat or defrost? This thing from the factory came with a heater and a defroster. It's got no air conditioning. Leave the 904 in it, it'll handle the power. Yeah, but my fuel economy is going to go in the toilet, Paul. Where's the gas pedal? The gas pedal was bolted to the floor. Flykin'. And if you look over there, there ain't much floor there no more. I literally just pulled it up off the Yeah. When it's in the yellow crate. What are you talking about? A 60-mile-an-hour air conditioning? Oh, God. You got to remove those speakers. They're an absolute eyesore. That sucks, dude, because someone cut a hole in the freaking door cards. Those are not factory speakers. Somebody put that in there, and they cut a huge freaking 6-inch hole in my damn doors for a radio. Yeah, that sucks. I mean, then again, I had a welder. We could just weld it back, but. What car is this? Wooly, this is my project car. This is a 1969 Coronet. It's a Dodge. I'm fixing it because it's an old Dodge, and old Dodges are notorious for rusting. Are we going to keep the interior blue? Yeah, I would. I would like to do that. The interior colors, Seacracken in 1969 are black, blue, green, and white. White. They sold these cars with a damn white interior. Think about that for a second. Crew cab Charger. Yep. Yeah, green. Mint green. Yeah. Rare, see your last. You don't have to worry about any of the EFI kit screens. Any one of the big name one screens are only used for programming. Then you just disconnect them and sort it out. Yeah, sure, man. Yep. Did I talk too much? No. It's a parking brake, dudes. That's the parking brake over on the far left. This is an automatic car. Are you keeping the manual windows? They make the power windows. They make power window switches for this not Flykin, Seacracken, and we can make it look, dude. We can make it look stock. We'd have to cut more into things, and then we'd have to cover up the holes where the manual cranks are. But yeah, we could do that. They make these cars. B bodies were okay. Just a little bit of word on cars in the 1960s. They were very a la carte. You didn't go to the dealership and buy something off the lot. You only did that if you were really in a pinch. You ordered the car, and the salesman at the dealership was about upselling you on certain features. That's how they made money. You know, they could just make the car, and you make some decent money off making a nice car, right? But seatbelts, yes, I know. Well, seatbelts were mandatory in 1968 on, but that's another story. So like seatbelts would be a thing. Air conditioning, option. Not every car comes with AC. You don't need to do that. Not everybody needs air conditioning. You could save some money doing that, but you know, you could get a bigger motor. You could get a better transmission. It's all basically, you'd go down the list with the salesman at the dealership, and he'd fill out a punch card, like the Scantron things. Like if you're in school, like a multiple choice test, he'd fill that out, and then they would mail that to the factory. And then on the factory floor, or at the factory, they would take that scanner, put it in, right? And it would produce build sheets. It would print out a build sheet for you, and that would get distributed through the line, or it would get attached to the car. So when the car's going down the assembly line, somebody would look at the build sheet. Okay, this is option 2, which means I need to put this rim on the car, or option 1 for that rear end, or option 1 for that engine. Yeah, it was very a la carte. So, oh yeah, Paul, there you go. Yeah, floor mats, extra. Exactly, dude. Yep. Everything is very a la carte. It's actually, so guys, Tesla, that's what Tesla does. You go to a Tesla dealership, they don't have a lot of floor stock there. No, you order it. Tesla does that. Tesla right now does what everyone the big three, Ford, Chevy, and Dodge, that's what they did in the 60s. The dealership would just have what's called a floor model. Basically the highest trim version of the car. They would have the best version of the car in the dealership. It'd be like, yo, this is the top of the line one. This is what you could have. Oh, you don't want that feature? That's no problem. But you want the big engine? That's fine. So they made all kinds of permutations. There were thousands of permutations for the cars. Like this car alone, a Coronet in 1969, had 5 trim levels and 3 different styles of car. 5 trim levels for each style. Well, kind of. So the 5 trim level, or actually the 3 styles are 2-door, sedan, and wagon. Okay? Now, the coupe, the sedan, and the wagon all of them had 3 of the trim packages. So, the 3 trim packages that you could get on any style of car were base model, 440, and 500. So those are 3, that's like, the base model's the low one, 440 is a little bit better, 500's mid-level trim, right? So that's more and more features as you go up. But once again, you can configure it however you want, right? So you could buy a 500 with no air conditioning, or you could buy a 500 with a bigger motor. Now, the 2 other trim levels are reserved for only the 2-door cars. So the 2-door cars had 5 trim levels.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The sedans and the wagons had 3, right? The 2-door, the higher 2 trim levels are the RT, road track. It's not road and track, it's just road track. And Super B. So the 2 doors could come in a base model, 440, 500, RT, Super B. The Super B is the highest one. That's the car that's worth a lot of money. Super Bs go for, 69 Super Bs go for like 70, 80 grand nowadays. So the point is that you have a ton of different permutations, right? And the crazy part about that is that's just kind of how they did it at the factory. But if you were going to pony up, dude, they'll do whatever. That's what's cool about this. Think about it like Chipotle, but freaking with cars. Like Chipotle, you go in, I want that, and that. Can you give a little bit extra that? Can you give it a little extra that? That with cars. You can get whatever the hell you want. They'll make you whatever you want if you pay. So you could special order one of these in RT trim. If you really, really wanted to pay, you would have had to pay more money because they would have to build it special, right? But you could do that. They also made police interceptor versions of the 4 doors. There were police interceptor versions and fleet vehicle versions of the wagons. Yeah. So the police interceptor one is like the Bluesmobile. It's got cop tires, cop suspension, cop shocks. You know, with that you get a bigger motor, you get a heavy duty transmission, you get bigger brakes. So how much to request a new Ford Focus? So, fellas, here's the thing. The dirty little secret is that you can do that nowadays. Yeah, that's the dirty little secret. They don't want you to do that, but you can do it if you pay. Remember, you go to the dealership. You know, everybody's like, oh, they're trying to screw me at the dealership. No. They're not trying. I mean, they are to an extent. They want to finance you because they make money off the financing, sure. That's why every automaker has their own bank or credit union, basically. But if you pony up, you go to the dealership and you know what you want, they'll do it. Hokey, Ford doesn't make Focuses anymore, but if say you wanted to go to the dealership and get an F-150, if you wanted a special order one from the factory, say I want a special order one from the factory, and they'll do it old school and they'll fill out exactly what you want. As long as you have the money and as long as you're willing to play ball, they'll do whatever you want. Seriously. And if you show up with cash at the dealership, they will bend over backwards for you. Just another side note. All right, Petrie. See you, buddy. I saw that we were streaming and I wanted to stop in and say Merry Christmas. Thanks, Dratus. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Yep. Have safe travels up to my neck of the woods. Thanks, man. I'm doing that over the weekend, so yeah. Oh, Merry Christmas Eve, you big lug. What's up, dude? Let me know what year your truck is. And I'm in the yard. I can prep the harness at ECU, send in the mail. All right, Petrie. Well, we'll talk. I suppose if I had enough money, they'd actually build a new Focus. Granted, that would be more expensive. Hokey, all right. You want to know the crazy thing about Ford? If you have enough cash, you could take any Ford you want, made from any point in time, and you could go. If you have enough cash, you could go and say, "I want you to restore this car," and they'll do it. They do it for rich people all the time. But once again, that's going to cost some money because they don't have any of the tooling to do it. They're going to have to do it by hand. But you could do that. I'm pretty sure Chevy and Dodge do the same thing. I know Toyota does that. But yeah, you could take whatever to them and they'll fix it. If you pay, it's expensive. But you can do that. GT40, they'll gladly do that stuff. Today I learned my dad gave his 67 GTO to my uncle, and I thought it was going to be yours. Rip. We need next-gen Crown Vics. Yeah, baby. Cash is always king. Yeah, guys, don't ever forget that. If you like cars, you go into a dealership. They want you to buy something. And if you don't know what you want, they're going to pressure you into buy something. So go in and know what you want and know what you need. And if you play ball with them, you'll be fine. Yeah, no problem. You just got to learn to bargain. You got to learn to stand up for yourself. Dude, they want your money. They will get you whatever you want if you pay, you know? You go in there with cash on hand, be like, yo, I got 10 G's here for a down payment. You'd even briefcase full of money them if you really want to. They'll be like, what do you want us to do? You know, that's absolutely a thing. My uncle sold his 66 GTO to your dad. Loved that car. GTOs are sweet. Pontiacs are amazing. But yeah, dude. Hokey, that's the thing, dude. They'll build you whatever. You can go special order cars if you really want to. You just got to tell them what you want. Yeah, that's how dealerships work, dude. You know, everybody goes in thinking they're going to get hammered. No. It's not really that. I mean, they want you to spend money, obviously, but you use that to your advantage. Been watching Kindigit Customs. They're good, man. They really do good work. Yeah, absolutely. Veyron powered Focus ST. I'm not sure they'd do that, Sean, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. You could special order whatever the hell you want, dude. Yeah, you could special order whatever. That's the secret. They don't tell you that. But because it's easier for them if they move a car right off the lot. But yeah, you want to go in and say, hey, I want this F-150 with this drivetrain, with this transmission. Hell, dudes, you know, people say like, oh, you can't buy work trucks anymore. You can't buy simple trucks. If you special order an F-150 from a Ford dealership, you absolutely can. That's the dirty little secret. Everybody, and I didn't know this for the longest time. Everybody's like, well, everybody just buys a quad cab, short box truck, and you know, it's just basically an SUV. Yeah, that's fine because that's what they make the most of because that's the most popular. If you wanted to go to the dealership and you wanted to buy a work truck, a bare bones work truck, and they didn't have the right trim, they'll special order you one, no problem. Heck, dude, you could still buy those things with manual transmissions. If you want to special order a truck with a 5-speed in it, sure. They'll just take the 5-speed from whatever the transmission is from the Mustang. They'll throw it in there. No problem. They'll do that for you. Absolutely. They could special order whatever. Any permutation of any trim that you want. You just got to know the trim levels. Your dad's GTO was in Hot Rod Magazine. Want the link? I mean, yes, absolutely. Have you seen the 800 horsepower F-150s for like 50K? Dude, Sean, yeah. Ford just, yeah. Dude, the single cab short box F-150s that have like a turbo freaking Coyote in it, all-wheel drive, those things are sick. They're really freaking cool trucks. That's like a new vehicle that I actually kind of want. I'm like, that's pretty good, man. They turn Lightnings into a hybrid. Yeah, they're turning Lightnings into a hybrid. Yeah, they are, dude. Mm-hmm. Are there any fees for the special order? No. I mean, probably somewhere, dude. Probably. But also at the same time, like, special ordering a vehicle, I mean, it's not like it's much more or less expensive. You just have to communicate that that's what you want. They'll probably be like, oh, dude, special order, hell yeah. You know, like, let's try this again. All right, bossy, what do you got? Oh, hello. Oh, dude, 389 Tri-Power. Now that's a car, dude. I like Pontiacs, man. I mean, dude, to be honest with you, I like any American stuff from the 60s. It's all freaking good. All of it is cool. You know, I don't care if it's a GM product. I don't give a frick. I'm not going to not drive around a 66 GTO with 389 Tri-Power and a 4-speed behind it. I'm not going to not do that. Like, that is a really nice car. It's one of 27 factory XS cars. What denotes the XS trim? Like, what does that mean? I don't know Pontiac trim levels too well. You seen your LS Jeep on YouTube? No, Jim. Oh, it's a factory race car. Oh, that's nice. For what it's worth, I think the 66 GTO is the most beautiful GTO. 65 is okay with the square grille, but the 66 has the grille with the curves. Beautiful. Buy it and may the odds be ever in your favor. Yeah, the base model F-150 blower tune, no suspension or brake upgrade, right off the showroom floor. It's bananas, dude. Yeah, that's cool, man. An XS 66 GTO. That's sick. It's not something I could ever afford, but it's still cool. Sorry, some EU confusion here. Is repairing cars a Christmas tradition in the U.S.? No. Said Mays, no. I'm just in the shop. I'm just hanging out, dude. We're just hanging out. We're just having a good time. That's all. Just enjoying Christmas Eve. Or Christmas Eve day. You know what I mean. But yeah, man. It's good stuff. And we'll fix this thing up, dude. But yeah, I want to keep the dashboard on this thing looking stock. I want stock at a glance. You know, if you know Mopar trim levels, and there are, dude, all right. There are Mopar autists out there. Do you know what I mean? There are Mopar autists out there. It's absolutely a thing. There are fanboys like that for every brand. If a Mopar autist looks at this car, they're going to be like, what the hell? That trim level was never offered from the factory, and this isn't a special order car. But that's not really who I'm trying to appeal to with this car. First of all, I'm really not trying to appeal to anybody. I don't build cars for attention. I build cars because I like building cars, first of all. Second of all, if you're not like an autistic Mopar trim level person, GM guys with RPO codes, by the way, are just, okay, chill, right? But if you know a little bit and appreciate like old Dodges, you'd look at it and be like, oh, this was pretty cool little cruiser. I want the car to look basically stock on the outside with a couple of details difference. Like I want to park this at the auto show and have people just walk right by. Why? Okay, you brought a sedan, you brought a Coronet sedan to the show. That's cool. Yeah, that's right. I did. Ah, really, Celestial. AI is not the best with finding obscure facts about like hot rodding stuff, but it sometimes is right. It's not. It doesn't. AI doesn't understand old cars well enough yet. So if you're not the guy from Graveyard Cars, yeah. Are you going to lose that aluminum trim? The trim that's down here, the 500 trim, yeah. I don't think you can find the parts to put that back on. The clips for it are, I mean, I haven't really done much research into looking into it, but I haven't really found it either. So the 500 has this trim on the door, the trim that's down there with the black line on it. Dakota Digital. Oh, nice. People, yeah, there you go, dude. Somebody already makes it. Easy peasy. This stuff, the door guard trim, yeah, I'm getting rid of that. I don't want that. It makes it look like a freaking police car. I mean, that's kind of cool, but that's not really what I'm going for. Yeah, so like, actually, that's a good point. That trim is not on all Coronet 500s. This is a special order, the door guard. It's a little rubber thing, so when somebody opens up the door, it hits the rubber and doesn't dent your car. With that being said, the door and the front right quarter panel are the only parts of the car that still have that on it. All of the rest of it fell off. This is the link to your LS Jeep. Let me see, George. Or let me see, Jim, excuse me, not George. Hey, you said LS and George popped into my head. I've been watching too much Cleater. Very nice. Outdoorsman, I know I'm 5 minutes behind and I'm catching up. Do your research, and if that truck is on the light, bring in a stock number of options from other dealers for options and negotiate. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Price out other stuff at other dealerships and shop dealership against dealership if you feel like putting the effort in. Absolutely a thing. Jim, this is sweet, dude. I want to see up in the top. What type of Jeep we got here? Walk around. Oh, a TJ. An LS powered TJ. I'm here for it. You're apologizing for the engine being dirty in a YouTube video. Bro, you sound like me. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Oh, dude, that's awesome. That's a cool truck, man. Very cool. Read it. So Outdoorsman, any chance of adding a HUD display? I don't know, man. A HUD display might get a little busy with the dashboard there. I want it to look like that, guys. Basically that with the center console, like what I'm telling you guys about. I don't want it to get any crazier. Yeah, I don't want the dash to have all these gauges and all this, like, I don't want all these gauges and fast and furious knobs and buttons and dials. I think that's dumb. It's just too busy. These cars are elegant. That's the word that comes to mind when I describe cars from the 60s. They're elegant. They're not... What the designers at Dodge were going for with that base level dash is, we're in the space age, baby. We're in a space age. You don't need all these buttons and dials and stuff. It handles it for you. You have elegance and class and grace. Like, putting a bunch of extra buttons and all this other crap on this car is not, it won't look right. It doesn't fit with the design of what the original intentions for this vehicle were when it was designed. Yo, you got Flintstone brakes. Yep. I don't want to do something like that. I would prefer the car, I want the dash to basically look like that, but not dirty and cracked. Like, and the center console is really the key to doing that in my mind. You have elegance, class, and rust. Yeah. You want modern features in the crew cab charger? It's going to cost you about $6,500. How about $50? I made it to my destination, Outdoorsman. All right, cool. Have a Merry Christmas. I'll see you on Friday. Go spend time with your family. All right, Outdoorsman. Good night. But that's what I want it to look like, dudes. I want the dash to look like that. I'm just going to clean up the buttons and make it look nice. That's all. But we'll have all the cool electronic stuff, like with the flip-out screen on the center console. And then we just flip it down. So when the car is parked, if things flip down, no one's gonna know. I mean, they'll know because it doesn't have a floor shifter on it, but whatever. Doesn't want the pimp my ride options. Hell no, Jim. I don't roll like that, dude. I want someone to, like, my whole purpose with this car is to bring it to an auto show and not attract attention at all. If you guys go to auto shows, you see that, people have all this flashy stuff. They put lights under their car. They want people to come and see it, blah, 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 blah. That's like the old man way of, like, look at me. Look at my car. My car is awesome. Look at how much power I have under the hood. Like, nah, I'm good. I don't need to do that. I want people to walk right past this thing. Think nothing of it. I mean, it is a car show. Yeah, most of the time people put all that stuff and smoke and mirrors out in it, hellfish, like, because they want to talk about their car. That's what I've learned. Before, like, to be 100% fair, like what I said before, what I just said a second ago isn't exactly true. But it's because they want to talk about their car. That's why. If the people with all the flashy stuff, if you go to a car show, people love talking about their cars. Go figure. Right? I went looking for a factory floor console for your Galaxy. I found them, but at $1,000. They repop them, Maz. They repop them for Mopars, dude. Would you just look at it? Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I want people to look at this and go, you restored a stock four-door Coronet? Yep. I want to take this thing to car shows, set up the folding chair right here, and just sit there. Just sit here and see what people say. People are going to come over and be like, what? What are you doing? Like, if I take this to a show and no one asks me a question about the car, that's how I know we did it right. You know, now granted, if we pop the hood on this thing, someone will know, but that's the whole point. What year is the car? This is a 69 Coronet. Subtle is quite cool. I like the builds that are just different enough to make me stop and try to figure out why it's catching my eye. Clean is king. Exactly. Exactly, Sean. And that yeah, see, you get it. I know you get it. We've talked. I know you get this. Like, I don't want this. I'm not going for a sloppy build. Like, I don't want stuff like hanging off the dash. Like one of this, I drive this stuff all the time. It just, this is not that. We're redoing the wheelhouses. This is not like a roadkill, all right? That's not what we're doing here, okay? I want this build to kind of represent the expectations of the car, but in a modern way. You know, I went to design school, remember that? Like, went to art school, I know about this. Like, I want it to look right. I want somebody to look at it and, like that, Sean, you described exactly what I'm talking about. You just, you look at it and you're like, something's different about this. What the heck? Why would somebody bring this here? Like if you see it and you're like, what the heck? Right? But I want the vast majority of people to just walk right by. The point is that I don't want the attention. I want to try to make a car that looks so ridiculously obscure people would be wondering why the frick you bothered to restore it. That's the goal. Hey, Race Dragon, bonjour. EJ, check the mailbox. That's all the way down there. You know when you say check the mailbox, it's not like it's right outside my door. That's like a good ways away. It's like a quarter mile away. It has disc brakes in the rear? No, that's a drum brake. Blark, it will have four-wheel discs when I'm done. Yeah, I want discs all around. Yeah. This car is big. It's a big car. Fine, I'll go to the mailbox. Make me freaking do physical work, you dick. I'll be right back. Do physical freaking work. It's snowing out. made me walk all the way down there for that. For Bucky's car odor spray. I told you, Couchy, my garage is not near my house. It's way back in the woods. Do you not want it? What is it supposed to smell like? Is that supposed to smell like beaver nuggets? It does. It smells like beaver nuggets. It smells like beaver nuggets. Oh boy. You had nothing to do with this. No, you're guilty by association, fool. Freaking beaver nuggets. All right, what time is it? All right, it's 3 o'clock, guys. Is it better than the gun rack? The gun rack was pretty damn funny. I have it over there. It has Nerf guns on it. I checked. It's slightly over 9 hours to the nearest Buc-ee's from Boston. Only 9? That's pretty good. A gun rack? A gun rack? A gun rack. Shee-ha. Hooray. Dude, that stuff actually really is rank. I can smell it from here. It smells like freaking beaver nut. I swear, if mouses start coming back in here, I'm gonna be pissed. Anyway. Yeah, we have to get this all nice and happy. Yeah, we'll pick up work back up on the car in January. We got to just do bits and pieces of this project as we go. That's how we're gonna do this, or just pick off stuff. But a road trip to go and get all the parts for it would be kind of cool. That'd be kind of neat, but it's just I really need the words. I just need to build up the cash for it, dudes. Is this the kind of thing you buy when you had a body in your car that has been in the ground for 5 months and you need to get rid of the smell? Yeah. I don't even own a gun, let alone many guns that would necessitate an entire rack. What am I going to do with a gun rack? Freaking Sean, that showed up in a gun rack showed up in my P.O. box last Christmas. It's over there. I have a Nerf gun and an airsoft gun on it. Just woke up, Mark. Merry Christmas to you and the family. Thank you. Likewise, man. Likewise. I lost you 2 months ago, Hotbox. Are you mental? You unsubbed. Get the net. When you're done with the build, you could rent the truck out as an Airbnb. You rent the trunk out as an Airbnb. You're not working in it till next year. Yeah. I have a bug assault, yeah. Wait, you bought a house but no gun? What do you mean, Celestial? This garage doesn't have heat. I wouldn't keep my steel out here, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, if that's what you're asking. Never mind, I thought you said you don't have any. No. I don't have any in the garage. That's yeah. That's what I was getting at. Well, not all the time, but that's another story that I'm not going to talk about. But yeah, this thing's gonna be cool, man. I don't mind the trip down to AMD to buy all the stuff. That would be actually pretty sick. I need the outer rockers. It's not like we don't need much more. The quarter panels are the big line item. We need that. I need so we need left and right rear quarters, right? We're going to need the rockers basically on both sides, which is this stuff down here. The jury's still out on whether I need inner rockers or not. I actually think the inner rockers on this car, they're pretty shot right there in the wheelhouse, but that's okay. I can fix that. Like, yeah, so maybe inner rockers, definitely outer rockers on both sides, right? And then we need floorboards and a transmission torsion bar cross member. Yeah, there's a major structural component underneath the floor right there that ties everything together. It's called the torsion bar cross member. It ties the two frame rails together, keeps everything nice and square. Mine's gone. Don't worry, the car is supported correctly. It's supported and it's nice and straight. I know because the doors open and close. So I know it's in the right position. Definitely within tolerance. So we're gonna have to cut the old one out and put a new one in. How much floor pan do we need? I need left and right. I would just buy the whole big floor pan, Goalie, but we can't get it in there. How am I gonna get the damn thing in there? I can't fit it. On the two-door, you can open up the door and you can move the floor pan in left to right. I can't do any of that here. How's the firewall? The firewall's immaculate. Yeah, and I talked about this last car stream. That's what I don't understand about this car. From the firewall forward, there's no rust. I showed you guys the wheel wells up front. There's no rust up there. There's a little bit of scale here and there. But structurally, the front of this car is immaculate. It's from about here back, it is atrocious, which is very strange. I don't really understand that, but your philosophy coincides with my idea, unpimp my ride. Yeah, there you go. It's unpimp the auto. Oh, snap. Have you looked at the amazing amount of floorboard material available by the side of most roads and highways? Yeah, Sean, but once again, I have. Hello? Street signs are not going to be a good patch for this type of build. That's not the build that I want. I want to do this right because I want to learn how to do it right. So I can figure out, so I know what's the right thing to do and then do it wrong later and, tech screw some license plates into a future project car that we buy. You got to learn how to do it the right way before you can get lazy and then do it the wrong way later. Right? That's my philosophy here. It was a joke, but I was playing off the joke, but yeah. Would it be easier to build it from welding parts from the ground up than to restore this? They don't make parts for the 4 doors, dude. If this was a 2-door, yeah, probably. If this was a 2-door, I probably would have just cut the roof off and then just built a new car underneath it. You can do that. They make all the parts to build a 2-door 69 Coronet. The only thing that's kind of a harder line item to find is doors, 2-door doors. But yeah, you could build one of these from scratch. In fact, I would really like to do that in the future. Yeah, I would really like to do that. Just build one. I mean, we wouldn't be able to put it on the road unless I have VIN tags for it, which means we'd need to buy one that's completely destroyed, figure out a way to get the right paperwork for it, right? Or find a car that's in worse condition than this, that's rotting into the ground with a clean title, buy that, and then just build a new car underneath it. The VIN tag on cars, guys, is the car. That's technically the car. That is how far you can go with Ship of Theseus. On paper, it varies by state law and country, et cetera, et cetera. In the United States, it's the VIN tag. The VIN tag is the car. Everything else is just metal that's attached to the VIN tag. If you take the VIN tag off and you put it on another car, not on another car. If you build a new car around this and take the VIN tag and put it on there, technically that's the car. Technically. Do not, okay. I realize what I was saying. Do not do that unless you really know what you're doing. Because if you don't know what you're doing, you basically just stole a car. Don't do that. Legally, you stole an automobile. Legally, that's Grand Theft Auto. Don't do that. But, if you have ownership of the VIN, et cetera, you go through the proper channels, you get the title, you get everything, right? You register the car, et cetera, then it's not that big of a deal. You could build a new car around it. That's Car of Theseus. I would love to do that as a project. Hey, Yuri, Merry Christmas, man. Detroit Muscle Technologies builds complete B-body shells. Yeah, people do, Sean. They're around. 4-door Coronet soft top. Let's do this right now. I will leave right now. I am not doing that with this car. With that being said, goalie, look, nobody wants 4 doors. No one. Not even now. This thing didn't survive COVID price appreciation, dude. You could buy one of these in decent condition, for like $4,000. And dude, it's basically the same thing as a 2-door. It's the same chassis. It just has more doors. Goalie, the point that I'm trying to make is that we could find another 4-door. We can find another 4-door and we could do fun things with other 4-doors, like make a soft top. That would be sick. That'd be really cool. You might run into some clearancing problems here because the convertible. Oh yeah, that's the other trim level. I forgot. The convertible, the roof line is different. But like the roof line for the 2 doors and the convertible start like right here. So we'd have to do some real trickery. That stuff stinks, by the way. That Bucky spray, I can still smell it. It smells like beaver nuggets in the shop now. It's like rank. I went over there. I'm like, what the frick is that? Oh, it's that is like, it's really strong. It's pretty damn strong. I can smell it from over here still. Timberborn when, yeah, right. That car is a Lincoln convertible with doors would be quite baller. Dude, we could do that with another one. We'd have to reinforce the underside, though. Sean, and not that this is not doable. So if we were going to make a 4-door soft top Coronet and like roll around like a 63 Impala or something, right? We'd need subframe connectors. You'd need to reinforce the chassis. Like big time reinforcement. Like you'd need subframe connectors to do that. But once again, that's not out of the realm of possibility. People make subframe connectors for this. Yo, nice car. Watching you from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Buenos tardes, amigo. Feliz Navidad. Took me a second. Timberboard supposedly got some cool items in a recent update. I don't know, maybe. 4-door soft top coronet with suicide doors. Oh. That would require substantial modification. Getting a hinge to work with this curved door jamb. You could do it. That would be, you would really need to reinforce like right here, because that's the flat part is where I'd put the hinge. I don't know how you would do a lower hinge here. You'd need some kind of crazy cantilever down there. Or just reinforce the balls out of this enough so you have one hinge that opens and closes. I mean, goalie, once again, let me finish this and then we could have some fun, dude. Like, buddy, we can build cars. I can build them. Is there any doubt at this point? We can. I mean, I would like to say, you know, maybe get this project rolling again, make it so it'll drive down the road with all the work that we've done before I say like, oh, build cars. Like, But, dude, I'd love to do a custom crazy stuff like that, dude. That'd be sick. That'd be really fun, man. I would enjoy the hell out of that. Hey, AJ, why don't they make automobile door hinged at its rear rather than the front? They're not very safe, Serge. They're called suicide doors for a reason. So, in the late 60s, basically, the government clamped down on automotive design. And they've been clamping down on it basically since the mid-70s. Late 60s, it started, you know, just a couple things here and there. And then every car had to have this type of bumper. And then every car needed to have this. And then every car needed to have that. And they still do it to this day. Every car needs to have a backup camera. Like, every car needs that automatic shut-off when idling. Like, it's just, there's so much stuff that you have to have that you didn't have to have in the 60s. So design was a lot more open. You could design a lot of different things. You basically have carte blanche to make whatever you want. Yeah, Ralph Nader did that. I understand why he did it, but also at the same time, like, just because somebody else drives like an idiot down the road and needs a seatbelt because they, you know, need the government to wipe their tail for them doesn't mean that I need that. But also at the same time, people drive like idiots nowadays, so whatever. Make sure to load the suspension up when you put that quarter panel back on. You think so, Z? Yeah, that's, you know what? You're probably right. That's probably a good idea. The whole car is up on stands and it's perfectly level. Yeah, backup cameras. Well, Knick-Knack, the reason why backup cameras became mandated on automobiles is because you had to have, they went crazy with rollover protection. You need to have good rollover protection on your car. So the C-pillar on cars ended up becoming huge. Look at a modern C-pillar on a car. That's where the roof connects to the back of the car. Modern C-pillars on cars are gigantic because of rollover protection. And if you have bigger C-pillars and B-pillars and A-pillars because of rollover protection, you can't see out the back of the car. So they put backup cameras on them. So Z-Gray, you want me to load the suspension back up when we put the quarter in? I mean, like I said, this is perfectly level. I don't have it on a frame jig, but I sat here with the jack stands and made sure the car was perfectly straight for more time than I care to say. You can change things. That's what you do. Cool. All right. Yeah, I'm sure we could do that. I got to buy new shackles for the back. Gray, here, let me show you. So I did the trunk, the rear leaf spring mounts, rear cross member, because here, let me show you the shackles. If that's any indication of what the back of this car looked like, you probably can picture it in your mind. The body can flex, cool. What kind of car is this? It's a 69 Dodge Coronet 500. It's a sedan, so 4-door. Yeah. This thing looked like the Titanic in the back. Let me put it that way. There was really nothing left back there. But yeah, that's good to know, dude. I'll hook up the rear suspension again. I got to buy the shackles and we'll load it up. I mean, Gray, how much do you load it up? Do you want me to, like, we don't want to set the car down on the ground, do we? Should we do that? Because, like I said, dude, this is the first time I've done this. I don't have much experience here. I'm learning as I go. That bracket looks like it's made of 2 Three Musketeers candy bars. Yeah, Aqualex, I get it. Yeah. Aqualex, it's just, yeah, I have a personal bone to pick with backup cameras because I think looking forward to go backwards is the dumbest thing. In driver's ed, you're taught to look where the car is going. Whatever direction the car is going in, that's the direction you look, and that's the direction you stay looking. I always hate putting a car in reverse and doing this while going backwards, looking forward to go backwards. It's poetic, dude. You can't, that kind of irony is only found in the government. Dude, I look behind me because I do not like the idea of not looking where my automobile, where my 2-ton metal box is going. That's really stupid. Dash cams rule. Yeah, right. Brandon, you always loaded our cars as well to keep it from flexing. Also, I can't use backup cameras. My mind won't let me. Dude, me neither. You maybe could since it's a full frame instead of a unibody. No, it's a unibody. This is a B-body Chrysler. It is a unibody. So I've been very careful about the flex and stuff. When I did this trunk pan, now I don't know a lot about car restoration. I'm learning, but I do know about stressed metal. And you cannot have stressed metal with the pan. Like you don't want to, when I went to put the trunk pan in, I made sure that every edge was like the leaf spring perches and the frame rails. I had to repair the frame rails. They were pretty bad. I didn't replace them. I repaired them. I made sure that everything was nice and loosey-goosey. And I probably took the trunk pan in and out of this thing probably 40 or 50 times just to make sure that all the flanges on the frame rails and the leaf spring mounts, they're all nice and pretty. Nothing is like stressed. Nothing is bent. You don't have to like bend something up to get it to be flush. I made sure all of that was perfect. And when I went to put the trunk pan in and I went to, plug weld all the holes are basically touching the flanges. Like I really made sure that there was no stressed metal there because that has to be straight. If that's not straight, the car will go like this down the road. Now, am I on the right track there? I think that's right. Like I said, I know mechanical stuff. I know a lot about mechanical. I know a lot about like rockets and stuff, but not so much about cars, but I do know about stressed metal. Soul can still be found in modern cars if you know where to look. Agreed, Sean. Yep. Yeah, Mab, I cut the quarter out because we quickly figured out that the blue amalgam here, it was not metal. I'm in charge of the mechanical stuff. But yeah, thanks for all the tips, dudes. Yeah, honestly, like this isn't like, oh, I don't want you to back, so you don't tell me what to do. I don't know. This is new. This is new for me. So any constructive criticism would be very much appreciated. I do not want this car to go sideways down the road. Yeah, the yellow jacket. I cut a lot of this out. It looks like an exploded view. You could like see the trunk and stuff. It's pretty cool. Oh, nice, Hellfish. That's cool. Sounds like you're approaching it wisely. Just make sure the deck lid and tail light fit before you weld. Yep. Yeah, like exactly, dude. You don't want to go like bending stuff into position to get it to line up. It should just fit together like puzzle pieces. Now, don't get me wrong. That sometimes means you need to hammer some of the repop stuff. Now, the repop stuff is using, a copy of the original stamping, right? So I don't mind modifying the repop stuff. But even then, you should get the repop stuff to fit together like puzzle pieces, right? Like that's the gist of this. Yeah, I have a lot of bracing around there because there's not much to hold up what's left of the quarter panel anymore. But yeah, I kept the deck lid in to check for clearance on it. And like when I did the trunk and everything, when I put the pan in and I just tacked it into place, I checked the gas can or the gas tank to make sure the gas tank fits correctly. Yeah, dude, that's something that I've learned the most about this. Do not burn something in right away. You can't rush this. This is not something that you can get done fast unless you work on it every day, right? God, I've been noticing so many cars out there crabbing their way down the highway. It bothers you so bad. Dude, Aqualex, it pisses me off. Okay, cool. I'm not the only one. I hate it. I hate it driving like behind a truck or something, and you can blatantly see that the front and rear tire is like this. Oh, God, that drives me up the wall. I freaking can't say, dude, make the freaking wheels line up. What the hell is the matter with you? Like, oh, dude, all right, cool. Dude, that is a pain point. I freaking can't stand that stuff. You're doing well considering you haven't gotten a frame jig or something. Yeah, cool, all right. Gonna have to go. All right, Scott, wishing you and the family Merry Christmas. You too, buddy, Merry Christmas. Sideways is fine if you're drifting. Well, Sean, with what we have here, we put a nice 4-link in the back of this thing. They make bolt-on 4-links. You put a 4-link in this thing. We could do this. It's getting the steering angle right on the front. We need to put a rack and pin up there. I've seen people do it. It's totally doable. But yeah, that's good to know, boys. Yeah, it's good to know that I'm on the right track. I'm very careful with this stuff. My day job is on here teaching people about aerospace engineering. That's what I do. That's my content. I'm a STEM streamer. I teach people about rockets. And rockets, you need to have super tight tolerances. Now, I read the factory manual for this car, and they have freaking 1/8-inch tolerance from the factory, which is just... It's the 60s, man. These cars were put together by hand. Like, what do you want? I can do better than that. I know I can do better than that. But, yeah. I know about tolerances, and I know parts got to fit together. You don't want stress. It needs to just fit. And you gotta make it fit. You gotta make it fit right, and you gotta think about everything that it attaches to, because this is a unibody. What that means, guys, is that all the structure of the car is carried through the doors, or not the doors, the quarter panels, the roof, the floor, the wheelhouse carries structure. It's not like a chassis that you put the car on top of. This is a frameless design, so it's called a unibody nowadays. Every bit of stamping in here needs to be perfect because it's carrying the structure of the car. And if you have potential energy built up in it because two parts didn't fit right and you bent it up into position, that metal is elastic. It's going to want to bend down over time. So when you load up the car, if you have stress metal like in your suspension mounts, you're going to sit the car down and it's going to end up being like crooked going down the road. Could be crooked like this, could be crooked like that, like... So yeah, Gray, I'm being very careful. Thanks for telling me about the suspension thing. I wouldn't have thought of doing that. I would have just welded in. But, Gray, one question. Everything is up on jack stands, and the car is leveled, and I don't want to lose that because I don't have a frame jig. Could I hook the rear leafs back up and hook the shocks, put the shocks back in, right, and load it up with a jack? Could we do it that way? Doors go like this, not like this. Rarest, you're heading out. You and Bree have a Merry Christmas. All right, buddy. See you, Ace. I'll see you on the other side, man. I'll be around on Friday if you're here. I can still smell that damn beaver nugget spray. I'm not even kidding. All right, it's 3:30. I should probably start to head out too. But yeah, can we just jack the rear suspension up? to load it up when we put the quarters on. Like, I should be able to do that, right? And then if I just leave all the other jack stands in place, we can always set it back down to level. I'm just trying to make it, dude. I'm just trying to make it because I don't want to lose where all the jack stand points are. Like, leveling this was a pain in the butt without a frame jig. Mary Chrysler. Yes, it is a Chrysler product. I'm just kidding, man. Yeah, you too, buddy. Why do you want to load it up? Because all the metal bends and flexes, Mab. It's because of unibody. All right, Sean. I'll see you, man. But that's good to know. I wouldn't have thought of that. Mary Chrysler. Yeah, that works. Yeah, it's a Chrysler product. It's fine. All right. Once again, dudes, it's getting about 3:30. I should probably pack it in. We got Christmas parties to go to. All right. I'm going to head back into the office, all right? Stand by for loss of signal, as expected.
Okay, I'm back here. Hey, Bob had a 26-month resub. Thanks, man. Merry Christmas to you and your family and all the chat. There you go. It should be fine. I like to clamp and use screws to hold the quarter panel to make sure the part... Yeah. Oh, Gray, I got everything, dude. I have Clecos. I have tech screws. Yeah. Yeah, to make sure everything fits. I got clamps for days. They're all sitting in the trunk. See all of them in the trunk? Yeah, just to clamp everything and get it right. So, Gray, what I wanted to do, or what I'm gonna do, is when I get a new quarter, I'm gonna hang it. I'm just gonna overlap it over the other quarter, and I left a lot of room on the vertical part of the quarter panel where there's blue tape. See the blue tape? I left a lot of extra meat there. What I'm going to do is cut that seam just a little bit closer when the quarter panel's hanging on it so you get one seam. And then I'll put welding clamps in there. And then you check for fitment. The rear wheelhouse and the trunk extension they're not in. They're just sitting there. So, yeah, I'm really going to test for fitment a lot. But I'll do that with the suspension loaded up, dude. That's a good idea. That's a good call. Time for some Clecos? Yeah, dude. When we hang the quarter panel, Clecos would be very handy, especially when we cut that seam. That's good to know, dude. But yeah, I usually work on the car once a week. And yeah, in 2026, we're probably, what I want to do is maybe once or twice a week, do work on it in the mornings for a couple hours. And then, do something else, time permitting. Merry Christmas and thanks for a full year of fun streams and laughs and joy. Happy holidays from snowy Ifrin, Morocco. That's crazy, dude. That's my fun fact to learn of the day, that it snows in Morocco. I did not know that. But yeah, man. Big goal for the stream in 2026 is to get that shell finished. That's a big goal. I want this shell finished by the summertime, so we can drive this stupid thing. That would be really nice, actually. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. I would enjoy that. How many percentage are you done? We're probably 30% of the way done with this project, Zizep, maybe 20. This is a big project. I wanted to get it done. I wanted the shell done now, but real life had other plans. Get that puppy fixed up for the long drive to the Artemis launch. Yellow Jacket, that was my original intention, to get this thing ready for Artemis 2. And dude, throughout July, I was making really good progress. It's just when August came around and my computer exploded, that's when bad stuff started happening. Roadrunners, you have to wait till spring for yours. Yeah. Yeah. Google this town. It's awesome. It looks like Switzerland. That's okay. Yeah, did not expect that. My winter car will be available this week. Steam has been testing, looks good to go. Okay. So Paul, if that game is out on Friday, that's what we're doing. You in Oklahoma are breaking high temp records right now. No white Christmas for us. Oh, it's snowing here, dude. But yeah. All right, guys. Hey, I always play this if the last stream before Christmas, but yeah, we're gonna pack it down here. We got Christmas parties to go to. We got family to see. The next stream will be on Friday. Friday's probably going to be the last stream of 2026 for me because we have to go. Real life events will basically keep me away till maybe New Year's Eve. We'll see. So, before you go, here, listen to this.
Approaching lunar sunrise, and for all the people back on Earth, the crew of Apollo 8 has a message that we would like to send to you. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. And from the crew of Apollo 8, we close with good night, good luck, a Merry Christmas, and God bless all of you on the good earth.
Listen to Frank Borman, man. Just saying. Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, Bill Anders, Apollo 8. The Christmas message from December 1968. Good night. Good luck. God bless all of you on the good earth. All right, guys. I hope everybody has a good holiday, good Christmas. I'll see you guys on Friday. Thank you very much for watching.